Catelli, Cleveland,
Here.
Conwell, Catelli, Griffin,
In honor of Matt Zone, present.
Hairston,
Here, present.
Johnson,
Here.
Bashir Jones,
Here.
Joe Jones, Casey,
Present.
McCormick,
In honor of Matt Zone, present.
Mooney,
Here.
Valencic, Santana,
Present.
Slight,
Present.
Zone.
Present.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This committee of the whole is being held during the COVID-19 emergency declaration in accordance with Ohio's open meeting laws, as amended by Sub-House Bill 197. This meeting is being held using the Zoom platform and is being live streamed on YouTube and Cleveland's Channel 20. It can also be seen on Cleveland City Council website and from Council's Facebook page. In accordance with Ohio open meeting laws as amended by Sub-House Bill 197, notice of this committee was publicly posted. Please be aware to members that you must be visible on the screen in order for your vote to count. So we're going to get started. For people's planning purposes, just so you know the order that we're going to go in so you can plan your day a little bit. We're going to begin with, we're going to get our friends from the court first, and then we're going to go back to the schedule, which will go planning, economic development, capital projects, health, human resources, port control, finance, public works, public utilities, council, and then our miscellaneous council ordinances. So with that, and I'm going to be managing a lot of paper, so bear with me as I move through this and we try to move people out. We're going to begin with, to be respectful of our friends from the courts, our guests to council, we're going to begin with ordinance number 84020. Ordinance number 84020, Councilmember Kelly by departmental request, an emergency ordinance authorizing Director of Finance on behalf of the Cleveland Municipal Court to apply for and accept a grant from the United States Department of Justice, Office of Justice Programs, Bureau of Justice Assistance for the Recovery Project 4 to expand access to evidence-based supervision and treatment services for defendants of the 4 specialized dockets, and authorizing the director to enter into one or more contracts with various agencies, entities, or individuals to implement the grant. For ordinance number 840, who will be speaking on this initially?
Mr. Chair, this is a finance piece. However, representatives from municipal court are here to talk about the recovery project 4, so they can provide details and answer any questions that council may have.
Thank you. Mr. Negre, will that be you?
Bonnie.
Ms. Horton, welcome. Please tell us, welcome, Ms. Horton. Please tell us about ordinance number 84020.
This is a piece of legislation for the Cleveland Municipal Court. We have received a grant from the Bureau of Justice Assistance and for $499,170, so about $500,000 over a 3-year time period to assist us with the 4 specialized dockets and providing case management assistance for those individuals as well as mental health treatment.
Okay. And is this, have we been receiving this grant for a number of years, or is this our first application?
Well, we have, as this is called Recovery Project 4, so we've had 1, 2, and we currently have 3 Some are BJA grants, some are SAMHSA grants, but they are all basically the same, serving the same 4 dockets and providing services as needed, treatment alternatives for individuals that are coming through those dockets. So this is another opportunity for us through the Bureau of Justice Assistance.
So is the recovery project, the 4, is that is that related to the dockets or the years that the grant has been in existence? Or-
Yeah, we just, every time we apply for a different pot of money, we just add a number. So this is number 4.
Okay, good. That makes sense to me. Great. Yeah, and this is looking to being able to expand supervision and treatment services for defendants and dockets, I think, is critically important, especially during these times. So this seems like a very important piece of legislation for the council. Questions, comments on 84020? I don't see any hands up. Therefore, ordinance number 84020 stands approved.
Great.
Now I'm going to read ordinance number 84820 by Councilmember Kelly by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing the Director of Finance on behalf of the Cleveland Municipal Court to enter into 1 more contract with Court Community Service for professional services necessary to place criminal defendants in community service and for placement in the Cleveland Work Crew Program, both as referred by the court for the Cleveland Municipal Court, each for a period of 1 year with a 1-year option to renew, exercisable by the Director of Finance. Okay, on ordinance number 848, is Mr. Clodor going to speak to that?
Mr. Chair, this again is a finance piece, and Michael Negre from the courts is here to talk about the court community service contracts.
Great, thank you. Mr. Negre.
Yes, this is just a renewal with a contract and a 1-year renewal for community work service. We've had worked with Paul for a number of years in community work service. It's great for the community, and it's also great for the court because we can refer these people out to do some community work service in the community. So this is just an ongoing thing we've done for a number of years.
Great. Yeah, and I think everybody here is familiar with Mr. Clodor and Court Community Service, and they've been tremendously helpful in all of our neighborhoods when we have projects to do. So I think that 848 is critical to move forward. Mr. Clodor, did you want to say anything on this ordinance before we move it?
Yes, I'd like to first of all thank the City Council. We could not be here without your support, and I just want to remind you that we are here to help you. So if you ever need anything from our program, you can call me directly. I also want to publicly thank the court. I think a lot of people don't know that this is our 35th year that
Wow.
we have had this program. And I think Cleveland should be proud because, we hear all these stories in the news about how we have to come up with different ways to deal with like defendants. And Cleveland's been doing this for over 3 decades. So I think as a community, we should be proud of what we're doing. I am honored to be part of this. And I couldn't end without saying thank you to Matt Zone. We have worked with Matt and his staff for many years, and I can't thank you enough for the support that you've shown, especially back in the years when this was something kind of new. And I'm happy to say that we also work with a lot of nonprofits throughout the city, including the Western Reserve Land Conservancy. So we are probably going to be working, hopefully, with each other in the future. I'm looking forward to that. And again, I just want to thank all the folks that make this program possible. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Paul. You've certainly been a tremendous steward of this project, and really your outreach to make sure that you're serving all of our wards is very, very well noted. And I just think this is a tremendous program for the city, and you do a great job. So I would ask if there's any further questions, comments on 84820.
Chairman?
Seeing no hand, Councilman Matt Zone?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I neglected to raise my hand. If you just allow me,
Certainly.
through the chair to Mr. Cloder, you run a remarkable program, and you do such good work in our community, giving people the option of not having, in lieu of a sentence, to do court community service, really speaks to the compassion of Clevelanders. And so thank you for doing that. And you've done so much to make our community better, and particularly my ward. You've always been responsive, whether it was me calling you directly or my executive assistant. You've treated her with the same level of respect you've given me. You are a true professional, and I'm just pleased to work with you and know you, and looking forward to working with you in the future. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Bashir Jones.
Thank you so much, Mr. President, Chair. Chair, to the gentleman, how do I, to the young lady, I'm sorry, ma'am. How do I increase this service in my neighborhood? How do I go about doing that?
Councilman Jones, through the chair, call me if we can be of assistance. My direct number is 216-297-4028. We can help in two ways. We can work with you if you have nonprofits in your ward that you think could be helped by our program. For instance, we work with lots of churches and hunger centers and different types of nonprofit organizations. We do have some that are in Ward 7. I'm sure there's a lot that we don't even know about that we can help. We have no marketing budget, so it's really through just word of mouth, like folks like yourself calling me. And we would be happy. At this time, unfortunately, we'll probably be meeting with any new agencies through maybe a Zoom call. What we typically do in non-COVID times is go out to those agencies and meet with them and see how we can be of help, and see how we can make community service workers referrals there help in the different programs that they do. The other thing that we do is we have a work crew program. I wish I had 20 of them because we have such a long waiting list of things we have to do, but we are available to help with things such as cleanups on public properties, collecting trash along some of your major streets. We do work with a lot of nonprofits with the crew. For instance, we were just recently at Village Family Farm over on Crawford. We've worked with them for many years, helping with their gardening program and getting their gardens set up in the spring and getting it all cleaned up in the fall. And we work with Mr. McCure out there often. So we are available. We have to use community service workers for either governmental or nonprofit purposes only. So unfortunately, we can't work for private individuals, but if there's a nonprofit or public project that we could help with, we are here to try to help you.
Perfect. I'll be reaching out to you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Councilman Jones. Councilman Blaine Griffin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just be remiss if I didn't thank Paul. They work very closely with us. I know he talks to Levita more than he talks to me, my assistant. But we really, to be honest with you, they're like another city department. They, some of the things that they're able to do really help our ward. And I just had to take a moment just to tell Paul, thank you publicly. And we really look forward to working with you. And this program is a phenomenal program. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Griffin. Much agreed. Councilman Mike Polensek.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, my honorable colleagues. Too, I want to thank Paul for his commitment and his engagement in our communities. But I think there's the other side. I'm always a firm believer that maybe the people who are assigned, once they're through, have a better perspective of having some civic responsibility, of knowing that they're contributing to a neighborhood, that they're trying to make things better. So I'm hoping at the end of the day, not only are we receiving a service, but that the people who are out there picking up the trash and the garbage, that it makes them think about, their own responsibility in the neighborhood, in their own community. So again, I say thank you, Paul. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Phyllis Cleveland.
Good morning, Mr. President. Thank you. I just wanted to briefly not let the moment pass without saying a big thank you to Paul Clodar and for all of the wonderful work that he does. He's certainly been a savior in our ward. And again, we just, you are really, really an asset to the people in this community, the people in the city and the people in our neighborhoods. And I just wish you all the best and, continue good wishes, and particularly during, the past year with COVID, you still, maintain a high level of work and service for people in our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Anthony Hairston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief, but I call him St. Paul is what I call him. He has been, Mr. Clodar and Lynn has been, I can't tell you how many times they done pulled us out of a jam in our neighborhood. And our seniors love them because for the Department of Aging, they are the party who goes out and handle the chore program for Ward 10 through Aging Department. And I can't tell you the many calls I get to say, listen, that core community, they were excellent, Councilman. I gave them waters and we kept them hydrated. And so I get nothing but good feedback from residents when they're out in the community. So Paul and to Lynn, thank you so much for all the great work that you all have done and continue to do. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Councilman Hairston. Councilman Kevin Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sentiments about Paul, St. Paul. I want to thank you. I know you talked to Naila more than you communicate with me, but everybody in my ward really appreciates you, and you get a lot of accolades here in Ward 2. And thanks, Paul.
You're welcome.
All right. Thank you, Councilman Bishop. Seeing no further hands and seeing the enthusiasm for this ordinance and the obvious results, ordinance number 84820 stands approved. Thank you all very much for what you do for our city, and looking forward to another great year. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to revert back now to the calendar that we discussed. Is somebody here from city planning? Going once? I'm going to move to economic development. Director, okay.
Hello.
How are you?
Okay.
Okay, so you have one piece, right? 847?
Yes.
Okay. Ordinance number 84720. Council members Brent Catelli and Kelly by departmental request an emergency ordinance authorizing Director of Economic Development to enter into a grant agreement with Cleveland 2030 District or its designee to provide economic development assistance to partially finance administration of the Cleveland 2030 District program. Director?
Thank you. So the Cleveland 2030 District program is a program designed that works with our building stock and helps to monitor energy usage and sustainable operations. They've been working now in the city for a few years, have almost 62 million square feet of building space that they're currently monitoring in partnership with the public, private, and nonprofit sectors. This grant funds them for 2 years for their 1920 and 2021 fiscal year. They've been working a lot with us and with other partners on expanding the role they can play, formalizing more of the infrastructure behind the program, and we're really excited at the progress they've made, both as an organization and in the process of monitoring and helping our building stock become more energy efficient and more compliant. As we know, we have an older building stock here in the city of Cleveland, which is great in a lot of ways, but also has some challenges from an operational perspective. And the work that 2030 does is helping to bring costs of operation down and make our buildings greener and our economy more sustainable. So this is a great partnership, and we request approval.
And this is a $50,000 grant, Director?
Yes.
Okay, very good. And this has been heard, set a hearing at Committee on Development Planning Sustainability and was passed. Is Councilman Brancatelli with us? Wait. I don't see him. Questions, comments on ordinance number 84720? Councilman Matt Zone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, my honorable colleagues. The 2030 district was actually an outgrowth and creation of one of our sustainability summits. When the sustainability summits began in 2009, we created and formed these working groups. And one of them was, how could we get private property owners in our central business district to make energy efficient buildings within their footprint? And they've been working really hard. I'm really encouraged by the work that they're doing. I'm glad to see that the city is supporting their efforts. We can legislate all we want, but we can't mandate the private sector. And so that's what they're attempting to do. And I wholeheartedly support this piece of legislation.
Councilman Zone. Councilman Brian Casey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, to the director, can we get a list of projects that they have worked on per ward over the last couple of years? And also, how do we get in touch with them as a referral if we have a district that's got a lot of buildings in it that could use the help of the 2030 district?
Yeah, I can send you the contact information. I can send you their report right away. It might take a little bit more work to break out the entirety of the buildings because there's hundreds, but I'll work on that.
And then again, this is citywide, right? I know Councilman Zone
Yes.
mentioned the business district, but this is citywide, correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Casey. Seeing no further hands, ordinance number 84720 stands approved. Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
Moving to capital projects. Is somebody here from capital projects? No. Is there somebody here from health? Anybody? Okay.
Me, I'm sorry, Councilman.
Oh, okay, thank you. Okay. All right, let me pull this piece. I'm going a little bit out of order. Bear with me for 1 second. Okay, so we have ordinance number 84320 by Mayor Jackson, council members Griffin, McCormick, Bashir, Jones, Santana, an emergency ordinance to create the Division of Health, Equity, and Social Justice within the Department of Public Health to supplement the codified ordinance of Cleveland, Ohio, 1976 by enacting new sections of 141.24 and 141.25 and to amend section 37 and 41 of ordinance number 32315 passed March 30th, 2015 as amended relating to compensation for various classifications. All right, Chief.
All right, thank you, Council Chair. So over the past couple months, we've been engaged in two parallel tracks of work taking place in the Department of Health. Phase one involved the reorganization and stabilization phase, where we're working to identify what are some of the critical issues and challenges they're having, and how do we go about addressing those challenges and issues, and at the same time looking at things that are going well and how do we advance those particular efforts and build upon them. In phase two, we're working on the transformation phase, where we're continuing the traditional work that we do, but also as a part of this, we're working to look at how do we create the structures and systems that the department needs in order to engage in a different level of work, where we truly begin to examine why some of the populations that we serve are still being left behind. And particularly as we look at this through a health equity and social justice lens. And most importantly, what do we begin to do about that? So as a part of phase two, the mayor is creating a new division within the Department of Health, the Division of Health Equity and Social Justice. A commissioner will be hired to lead the charge of the work related to this effort. The primary work of the Division of Health Equity and Social Justice will be to, one, they'll collect and analyze quantitative as well as qualitative data and use that information to identify the links between health equity and the social determinants of health that impact the well-being of the populations that we serve, particularly those marginalized populations. Secondly, they'll work to develop strategies to eliminate the patterns of systematic disadvantage that negatively impact our highest need populations. And then third, they'll ensure that they keep at the forefront of this work the foundational construct that undergirds and guide this work based upon this firm belief in social justice. So everybody should have a copy of the ordinance summary and that fully describes the purpose of this new division. We also included a copy of the job description for the Commissioner of the Division of Health, Equity, and Social Justice. Included in that summary are descriptions of the three terms: health equity, social determinants of health, and social justice. I won't go through and read all of that because it's there. But I think it's important just to point that out, because as we work to create the framework for this division, we felt that it was critical that we define these terms to ensure that we all had a common and shared understanding as to how we as the city define these particular terms, and because it's also important in explaining the purpose and the overall goals and objectives of this particular division. In terms of the organizational structure of this particular division, I know that Councilman Brackatelli requested specifically some more information about the organizational structure. What we're planning on doing is first hiring the commissioner of this division. And what we want for that commissioner to do is to first, again, look at the data, begin to prioritize and use that information to develop an overall strategic plan. And as a part of that strategic plan, what we want that individual to do is to create the organizational structures and systems that they need in order to help move this work forward. So we don't have the full organizational structure at this time. Again, we'll bring on board that individual. They will actually create what they need and define that organizational structure in order to help guide that work and move that work forward. As a part of this also, what we'll do is to look at the other programs and initiatives that currently exist within the Department of Health. And one of the things that we want to do is to make certain that there is direct alignment between some of those programs to directly connect with this work that will take place through that division. And so we're currently examining that and figuring out how we will better link those programs to the work that will take place in the Division of Health, Equity, and Social Justice. In terms of the next steps, once we get approval from council, we'll post the position. Our goal is to hire the new commissioner before the end of the first quarter of 2021. And then, of course, that person will come on board and begin working with existing committees and initiatives while that individual is working on, as I said before, collecting that data, looking at this information, beginning to create that strategic plan, and really defining and laying out what that organizational structure needs to look like to move the work forward.
Okay, Chief, this is a very big undertaking.
Yes, it is.
It's something that as you described it, and as the information as we read through it, you know, it seems like a very well crafted program with design. But you know, as everything we do, the execution is going to be the hard part, and getting the, you know, taking the vision to reality. Kind of put a lot on your shoulders. So I certainly support all of the directives of the program. And, please, because this is going to be a big challenge, please, if we can be of assistance on the council side in terms of any legislative matters that need to happen to bring this to reality so that it can be executed according to the vision, we're here for you, and this is important. This is an important piece.
Yes.
So I wish you the best. This ordinance 84320 has been heard and recommended for passage by the Committee on Health and Human Services. I'd like to ask Chairman Blaine Griffin if he has comments on ordinance number 84320.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And I will tell you that this is an extension of what we already started working on as Cleveland City Council. Earlier this year, before COVID hit, we actually started the process of working with a lot of legacy organizations like the NAACP, Urban League, YWCA, United Way, and Birthing Beautiful Babies to really try to tackle the issue of systemic racism. We knew then, once we made the announcement and once we passed the resolution, that it couldn't just be words on a piece of paper, that it actually would have to be operationalized. We would actually have to measure and look at outcomes in order to make sure that we're showing that we're actually moving the needle on this. And I will tell you, giving the national and state and local dialogue, that this may just be one of the most important pieces of legislation that we passed this year. It is critical that this conversation is going to dominate the discussion for the near future. It is the reason that we've seen so much civil unrest, because all of this has bubbled up. A lot of people have asked us and talked to us about, well, what are we doing and why was the voting turnout so low? Why was census so low? People are frustrated. People are still dealing with the barriers of systemic racism in our society. So now this gives us an opportunity to really put the constructs in place in order to be able to address these issues, not only within our city boundaries, but to pretty much give us an advocate to really look at the landscape of the broader community. Our boards appropriately represented. We just seen a very good piece by Frank Ford that was put out that shows that there's still discrimination in lending in a lot of these neighborhoods, modern day redlining. We know that children are dying at a disproportionate rate. We know that we're dealing with violent crime in our neighborhood. When you look at the epidemiology of all of these different factors and the social determinants of health, you will see that all of them impact areas that have traditionally dealt with systemic racism. So this piece is very important, and I urge my colleagues to support it, because once again, this is an actionable step to something that we already stated was a huge problem in our city. I will tell you that we can't just relegate this to systemic racism and relegate this opportunity to just dealing with the criminal justice system. We know we have health disparities. I serve a neighborhood in the Woodland Hills community that has a 20-year life expectancy difference. It's 20 years less than some of the suburban counterparts. We know that we have issues with wealth creation. The wealth gap is increasing. As we deal with the polarization of our community, Mr. President and my colleagues, my esteemed colleagues, I'm urging everyone to rally around this position. And the main thing that I like about it is that it's institutionalized. No matter who's mayor, who's council person, it is the highest civil service position in the city of Cleveland, which means that this is a transitional position, a position that has the opportunity to write a script that really all of us can follow. Toledo just put a 52-page document in place of how they're going to actually take actionable steps to deal with systemic racism. We know that we're much larger than Toledo, and we know that Cleveland is a different place and we have different challenges. This commissioner position will allow us to move this forward. So I haven't felt this strongly about a piece of legislation since we passed the lead ordinance a couple of years ago. And that was truly a historic day. And we did this with the community's help, and the community rallied around it. I believe this piece of legislation is just as important, Mr. Chair. So I'm urging my colleagues to support it and really work closely with us in order to make this happen. And I know my colleague, Councilman Bashir Jones, has been advocating for this for a long time. And I gladly am going to really work closely with him, because I think that he would be appropriate to really help work with this effort to move this along. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and my colleagues. I really appreciate you guys considering this, and I'm urging you, strongly urging you, to vote for this piece of legislation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilman, and thanks for your work shepherding this through. There are others that are on the list for questions, but I should read the amendments real quick. They're somewhat relevant. So, well, they all are, but you know what I mean. It's worth reading. So this ordinance 84320 as amended. The first amendment is in line 1, strike equality and insert equity. I think that's an important amendment. Second amendment is in section 1, section 141.25, begin at like line 5, strike, he or she shall analyze social determinants of health and social well-being, conduct assessments of health equity in communities and systems, and identify behavioral, cultural, social, environmental, and organizational determinants that promote or compromise health in disadvantaged group. And insert, he or she shall analyze social well-being and social determinants of health including but not limited to aspects of social environment such as racism, discrimination, income, education level, and marital status, the physical environment such as place of residence, crowding conditions, and built environments, building spaces, transportation system products that are created or modified by people, and health systems, such as access to the quality of health and insurance status. He or she will conduct assessment of health equity in communities and systems to identify the behavioral, cultural, environmental, and organizational determinants that promote or excuse me, or compromise health in disadvantaged groups. So I think those are important amendments to read aloud. With that, I'll go to Ward 9 Councilman Kevin Conwell.
The legislation, thank you very much, on its face is very good. Although, you know, you have to manage policy because policy can change on you right on a dime. You have to manage it, you have to be on top of it, you have to evaluate it. And the health department have to start bringing us back to council progress reviews, which they don't do. We pass legislation all the time through the chair to Chairman Griffin. You and I had a discussion about that. How do I know if something is good or not if you can't evaluate it and you don't evaluate the outcomes? This looks very, very good. Let me say this. Let me switch gears also. Looking at things, there was a report that came out a month ago that said 1,925 tickets were issued at University Circle from 2015 to 2019. 1,765 of the tickets went to African Americans. That's 90% of the drivers that traveled to University Circle went to African Americans. When you have us being charged with tickets, it increased our insurance costs, which take dollars away from our families. When you have points in your driver's license, it creates barriers to employment. And when you lose your driver's license, you can lose your job, and it's a spiral effect that can break families down, okay? But the city has yet to address that. The city has yet to say anything about it. I reached out to Kerry Howard. I went to see him yesterday also, Mr. President, and I have no progress review from him. We have to regulate the police departments right around the Circle, University Hospital, Case Western Reserve. We give them the authority to operate. So when we push legislation like this, also, we have to do our part. We have to do our part, and we're not doing that. I don't see that. So on the paper, it looks good, but the outcome measures is not showing me that. You know what? Here's another piece. East 105 streetscape that was executed, that project, back in January. I waited and I watched the project. We have an OEO department that should have been regulating and monitoring the construction companies that was working on the East 105th Street project. I watched it from January until March. And you know what? I had to reach out to OEO, I had to reach out to Natoya Walker Minor and tell them that I'm going to bring 100 guys there on 105 and block traffic from going down 105 and let nobody drive down 105 until they hire African Americans. This council member should not have to do that. And then within 2 weeks, I turn around, they had African Americans working on East 105th Street. So we have to practice what we preach. And saying that, the piece is good, I'm gonna vote on it. However, you gotta monitor legislation, and I'm sick and tired of us not monitoring and managing legislation, Mr. President. I'm tired of the administration not bringing us progress reviews to council. How can you pass something and you say it's good and you can't measure it? Thank you very much. Oh yeah, I have one statement through the chair also to the chief. I would like to, I'm working on a YAMS project, Young African American Males Project, would do very, very good under this so that we can break down barriers to employment and we can help out young African American males. I call it YAMS. There's $10 downstate. I have reached out to the state representative Upchurch so that we can write policies so that we can create a commission on young African American males for the state of Ohio, just like we did with the fatherhood group, so that we can send money down to the health department for the YAMS program, Young African American Males Program. And with that TANF dollars, we can put young African Americans to work, and you can knock down barriers to employment. Through the chair, I want to talk with her more about it. And I yield. I want to listen to you, Tracy Martin Thompson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilman Conwell. Chief, did you have any responses to Councilman Conwell?
So Councilman Conwell, as a part of the plan that the commissioner will develop, we will be a part of that process in developing that strategic plan, and to make certain that there are clear deliverables, goals, objectives, and making sure that there are milestones along the way, and making certain that we have regular check-ins to make certain that we are moving forward with implementation and being successful in the work, but also looking at what changes do we need to make, what adjustments we need to make along the way. And so we are very happy to come back on a regular basis to provide an update or progress report to City Council to advise you as to how we're moving forward, what's working well, and then also being honest about the challenges we may face and what adjustments we had to make along the way. So I'm very happy to do that, and we definitely want this to be a transparent process. In order for this to be successful, it requires a partnership and for all of us to work together to make certain that this is successful. So I'm very happy to work with you with this.
Thank you very much. I'll give you a copy of the YAMS legislation, Young African American Males legislation. As you know, I helped to implement the fatherhood piece in Columbus, which is very good. The YAMS legislation, we're gonna, hopefully we can pull down some dollars from the state. It's hard time right now. And I think we could do TANF money, temporary assistance for needy families, and then we could use some millions from there out of that budget, and then we can, through the process of devolution, pull the money down to the cities. And let me tell you this, background history. The health department used to have a program through Daisy Alford that McKeith Sabor used to run. Remember Chairman Griffin? And it dealt with young African-American males, because right now it's like they're being ignored. And that's why you see a lot of these homicides that's going on. You know, we need programs. We got to break down barriers to employment. We have to get careers for us. And we also, I want to say this too, in the judicial system rush to get African-American males felonies, and you wonder why they're shooting up the neighborhood. But they do diversion programs from anyone else. But when it comes down to African-American males, they lock our people up. They give us felonies that we can't get jobs. And once you get a felony, you can't even go to college. And then people ask what's going on. They ask what's going on. And then they ask why the young African-American males didn't vote for Kamala Harris or even Joe Biden, because people have been ignoring the young African-American males. I know that from walking the neighborhood and talking with them all the time. And I know that from being a strong leader in the fatherhood movement. We got a problem here. And this piece of legislation is good and it's great, and it can benefit people and take them out of poverty. But we gotta deal with this racism. We have to deal with this racism, as you see with Chairman Blaine Griffin narrated about Birth and Beautiful. You have African-American females that are that doesn't even live in poverty. They're losing their babies. They're losing their babies because of the racism that Barshia Jones is narrating. This is a good piece, but we got to manage it, and you have to. As you and I had a private conversation, you have to bring it to us quarterly, and that's just where I'm at. I'm passionate about this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman. Appreciate your constant reminders about how we need to follow up and look at what the outcome measures are and make sure that the public funds are properly spent. So I appreciate that. And you and I are going to have further conversation about how we do that. So thank you for your comments. Councilman Kerry McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. Echo Councilman Griffin's comments. First and foremost, Mr. Chair, I appreciate the amendments that went into the legislation. We had discussed at a prior public meeting ensuring that racism specifically is spelled out in this piece. I think that's an important part of this. So I'm glad to see that has happened. Thank you, Chief Martin, for working on that. Mr. Chair, again, as I stated in our prior committee meetings, to me, this is about really digging into the root cause of issues we see in our community has been laid out by our colleagues. And I think that it's appropriate that if we're serious about addressing issues in our community, that we understand what that root cause is, and no longer can we, ignore or put our heads in the sand on this issue of systemic racism and how it affects our community. And when I say our community, I mean everybody, right? Of course, we know that it acutely affects folks more than others, but when we don't fight back against it, it brings all of us down, our whole community. And so it's important that we are honest about this work, that we face it directly on, that we bring in people of all different backgrounds to fight this fight. And I'm appreciative of this position, as I believe will help organize this work at the city level and partner with our community agencies and activists that are really spearheading this issue. So again, as been noted, Mr. Chair, this is an issue that impacts many other systemic issues in our community. It's time that we really, first call it out, recognize it, and then push to make real meaningful reforms under the lens that we know, through the lens that we know is driven by, which is systemic racism. Mr. Chair, you've talked about this quite a bit with infant mortality, but of course it has, impacts on all sorts of other issues. As was noted, I forget which colleague, Mr. Chair, but the recent article in the Cleveland Plain Dealer regarding the lending issues, and again, this is something that is still happening. I mean, this is not an issue that is an old issue or an issue of the past. And there was actually a quote in the article, Mr. Chair. I believe it was from either last year or the recent history, but pertaining to, and I'll read it, Mr. Chairman. Overall, prospective Black homeowners in the county lost out on mortgages at a higher rate than their white counterparts at every income level. Banks rejected Black residents who make more than $76,517 a year, about 10% of the time, while banks rejected about 4% of white applicants at the same income level. So again, Chair, just another example of how we see systemic racism play out in our community, financially, health-wise, and others. So again, I'm excited that Council is taking tangible steps to make good on our commitment in our declaration of racism as a public health crisis, and that we can really start to chip away and take on the impacts that we see in our community. Because again, if we don't acknowledge it, and if we don't take it on, we're not going to see progress as a city. We're just not going to. So I'm proud of this council for supporting these measures. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman McCormick. Councilman Bashir Jones.
Thank you, Chair. First, I just want to say that I'm very thankful for this amazing legislation. And I want to say a thank you to Mayor Jackson, man. I think that sometimes what we do is, can you hear me, Chair? I don't know if I got stuck. Okay. I thought everybody was stuck, but people are just really standing really still, so I can't tell.
We're paying great attention, Councilman.
Stuck or not. But anyway, I appreciate Mayor Jackson, man. This right here is legacy work, man. This is legacy work. I know, sometimes we're constantly trying to make things better. So sometimes it can come across as almost ungrateful because you fight for something and you get it. And then once you got it, you want to figure out how to make it better. And I guess that is what we should be, right? We should be constantly trying to make things better, but we do have to acknowledge that this is progress. And I appreciate what Mayor Jackson and the administration has done and how they have responded. They responded, to the problem that was happening in the health department. And to create this position is a powerful one. I appreciate Chairman Griffin and Council President and all of my colleagues for really standing. I think that sometimes people will say, we think that everything is just so like black and white, but in reality, there's some gray, and everybody, I believe, wants to see people have an opportunity to be the best selves. And no matter what side of the city you're from, no matter what you look like, I think we all have a heart of wanting to make the city better. And I just appreciate Mayor Jackson administration for taking this step to really make it a legacy, you know. But we give him some trouble sometimes, man. But I could just want to say thank you to Mayor Jackson for doing this. And Councilman Conwell is correct as well. You know, we have to, along with being thankful, we have to make sure that this is managed properly, managed correctly. But let's take a moment before we go there, just to say this is great. This is great. But tomorrow, you know, let's make sure that we're able to tangibly show that this move was an impactful, and I believe this will impact future generations. So, Council President, thank you. Chairman Griffin, thank you for man, just pushing. Thank you to Mayor Jackson. Thank you to my colleagues. I think that this is the type of work. This is the reason why I got into this work, man, to see some serious change. And so thank you, guys. Thank you all.
Okay, and thank you, Councilman, as well. Thanks for your advocacy on all these issues. I don't see any other hands up. And I want to thank everybody for the, Councilman Mike Polensek, I think you wanted to comment?
You hear me, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, honorable colleagues. I'm too here to support the legislation, but I have to tell you, I have mixed reservations, and I want to follow up on Councilman Conwell's comments and some of my others. You know, and I'm going to quote the mayor, and I want to thank the mayor as well for recognizing and understanding the severity of the problem. But, you know, we've heard him say, we know what the problem is, we just haven't done anything about it. I had some real reservations about the health department. I mean, it has not been well run. We've lost monies, we've lost grant dollars. We've seen a major shakeup lately because of issues internally. I myself, they blew me off when I asked for additional COVID testing sites on the northeast side of the city. So we can create this new division, and I've went through it, and I looked at the responsibilities of the commissioner, and they're far-reaching. I mean, this is a big job and a great deal of responsibility. So there has to be oversight. There's going to be, to my colleagues in council, there's going to have to be some real oversight here to make sure that things are working well. So I want to say to Ms. Thompson as well, you know, right now we have a Community Reinvestment Act, which is not being enforced in this city. So when we talk about disparity in lending, you know, why is this continue? Why isn't the administration going after the banks and financial institutions in this city? So my frustration level here is rising daily. I see the violence in our communities. I see the lack of investment. I see the banks not giving out loans, not only for mortgages, but for minority and small businesses in our neighborhoods. So I see abandoned structures when we talk about the environment that our citizens, especially poor folks, have to live in, abandoned homes, abandoned factories in their neighborhoods that just sit there and rot because there's no game plan that I can see to really address these issues. So we can create new departments, we can create new divisions, but at the end of the day, there's got to be results. And I'm hoping between now and as we go into the budget cycle next year, that we are all focused on results. I want this to work. I really want to see. I've lived in Cleveland all my life. I've never lived anyplace else. Grew up in a household of a poor family, a mother on public assistance. I sympathize every day with the folks that I have to come in contact with who are in these situations. It's heart-wrenching. But there's got to be results. We created the Department of Public Works, this massive department, and yet we've got all these issues that we cannot get addressed, and because it's too big, it's too cumbersome. So again, to my colleagues and to Ms. Thompson, I wanted to respond, Mr. Chairman. You know, this has to work. We just can't be well, we've created this new division, but you know, look at what has happened in the health department within the last year. Not a lot of good stuff. We've got major issues in there. And so, you know, whether it be Councilman Conwell or other colleagues, you know, I want results. I want to see something happening. I want to be able to see it out in the street, not just here on paper at City Hall. So, Ms. Thompson, would you care to respond?
Sure. To the councilman, I'm sorry.
Please.
To the councilman through the chair. So first off, when you talk about your concerns about the Department of Public Health, I am totally in agreement with you. We've had some definite challenges, and it's one of the reasons why the mayor moved forward with our first phase of this work, which is the reorganization stabilization phase, and that work continues. One of the things that we're doing is working to get an RFP out, and what we're going to do is to bring in a outside entity or third party to come in and help us to really do a full in-depth assessment as to what's going well and what's not going well in the health department, and help to inform our next steps as it relates to making certain that things are in place to ensure that the work continues in the health department and to make sure the health department is successful. But also that data that we gather through this particular process will be very important in helping us to advance the work as it relates to what happens in that new division. In terms of what will happen in monitoring and making certain that we have some definite outcomes, is the reason why we don't want that person to come in and just take off and just do. It's important for that person to really look at that data, to really look at the information that's there, lay out a specific plan that includes very concrete deliverables and milestones, and create the organizational structure around it that's going to help them to deliver that. And as a part of our process for monitoring, what will happen is that we will make certain we are meeting regularly to ensure that that work is happening. And as I said before to Councilman Conwell, we will be coming back to council to give you regular progress reports and updates on how things are progressing and how we're moving forward. And then also where we had our challenges and where we need to make adjustments. So I am very much aware that we've had some definite challenges in the health department. We know that fully. I totally embrace that and understand that. And we are working to tackle those particular challenges because we absolutely have to. The lives of our citizens depend on how well our health department functions, particularly whilst we're dealing with this pandemic. And so we are committed, and we will make certain that we get things in order and we move this forward.
Well, Mr. Chairman, can you still hear me?
Yes.
The proof will be in the pudding.
Absolutely.
The proof will be in the pudding. It's we can pass whatever we want. We can create whatever we want, but at the end of the day, there has to be results. Our citizens have to see the results and feel the results in our neighborhood. Nothing's going to change in Cleveland. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Anthony Hairston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just echo really what a lot of my colleagues have said, from Councilman Griffin to Conwell to Jones to Plenzik, that, you know, it's going to come down to the work, right? It's going to come down to the work. Action is going to speak louder than words, will, as we have gone through this process. And so I'm anxious to see the outcomes of this, because we have some serious issues that are plaguing our community that we have to draw a line in the sand and begin to do the real work to address these issues. So I welcome this effort and really pray that this will come out to be a truly impactful thing for our neighborhood. But Mr. Chairman, I do have a question. So is there, in a part of the legislation, is there any particular requirement that the administration has to come back to us on certain periods for progress updates or reviews? Is that in the legislation? Is that a requirement somewhere in the whereas?
Boy, I don't know. I've got it right here. I would have to, I don't recall. Chief, do you know? I don't think so. Chief or Councilman Griffin?
No, Mr. Chairman, it is not in the legislation. However, I do want to, I guess I don't want to jump in front of the chair, the finance chair, but one of the things we're going to do, which Councilman Conwell will really lead, is that we're going to look at how we review everything. So I'll just leave it at that, but it is not in the legislation, but we have talked amongst council about how we can potentially start to measure all of the pieces of legislation and all of the departments that come before us. So I'll just leave that to the chair, and then we'll discuss that later.
Great, thank you.
So, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate that response from Councilman Griffin. Because of the level of this legislation and the what has happened over the period and what we are trying to accomplish, and I don't know how my colleagues feel, even you, Mr. Chairman, whether that for this piece, whether it makes sense to amend the piece that we require at least starting off a quarterly update, of some sort. And then once we move along, we can figure out whether quarterly is appropriate or whether it should be a longer period or what. I'll defer to you, Mr. Chairman, and Chairman Griffin on your thoughts on that.
So I certainly think that quarterly updates and, frequent updates are appropriate. I don't know what the amendment would say, exactly, if it rises to the level of an actual amendment. The Chair of Health can call a committee hearing for an update at any time. So I'll ask Councilman Griffin what your thoughts are, but my belief is that it'll be our job to demand those hearings and to follow.
Right, Mr. Chairman, I hate to interrupt, but yes, I agree. But, it's always, for me, having something set where, it is known that you will have to come back at this time and not be, whether or when we call some sort of hearing, but something that says, this quarter we have to have this information in. There is a reporting requirement coming up, that there's something for us to look forward to and something for the administration to work toward in order to provide this body with some sort of information update and meaningful update, and not we call a committee meeting. Not saying that this is what happens, but calling a committee meeting and then we get to the table and there's really not any information to provide because some things weren't completed at that time. Just thinking out loud.
Sure. Councilman, do you have a question? Councilman Griffin, do you have a thought on this?
The only thing I would say, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate Councilman Hairston's point, in the lead safe legislation, if I can give a best practice, we actually have an annual review that actually gives us an opportunity to see if we're headed in the right direction or headed in the wrong direction, or if we're having any adverse impacts on our community because of this. I am a little bit, I think I would like to, keep the flexibility of the chair to do quarterly updates, but I do believe that if we can add language that says, and if Councilman Hairston is agreeable, that we look at annual updates or something like that. I just think that quarterly, there's a lot of work that needs to be done.
Sure.
And I do believe that they should create a dashboard that is shared with us on a regular basis. And I do think that the chair should call quarterly updates, but I think officially to put in a piece of legislation, and once again, I don't have the lead safe legislation in front of me, but I think it would be good to at least do it annual. But I mean, if the councilman is, if he's okay with that, I think that would be the best bet.
And Mr. Chairman, and to Chairman Griffin, I'm fine with that. It was just a thought, so that way there's something that's there, in case some of us, if we're no longer here 10 years, 20 years down the road, that there is something in place that others after us can lean on to say, hey, where's the information? Where are we? How's this going? What do we need to do to enhance this or pull back, whatever the case. So just a thought. I'm not opposed to us adding this or amending this at a later time, but knowing that it's something that we definitely should look toward.
And I'd be more than willing, Mr. Chair, to amend this.
Does somebody want to make a motion?
But I'd be more than willing to look at what we need to do to amend it. And quite frankly, I think we need to do this with all legislation, quite frankly. But I appreciate, and if quarterly is the case, I would like, Mr. Chair, if we could have a further conversation about this, because I don't want that to hinder this piece. But then we should look at how we add a clause and maybe have something general that we add to all pieces of legislation like this to get regular updates.
Councilman Harrison, you comfortable with that approach?
I'm fine.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Conwell, did you have final comments?
I respectfully kind of disagree with Chairman Griffin. Just here's my point. When you have something new like this or the lead program, I think semi-annually is better. Here's the reason why. To the chair, to the chief, when you go in a Microsoft project, let's say 2016, and you break it down, it's in Excel, when you hit your milestones, you might say, I need to hit this certain milestone in April, or I need to hit a certain milestone in May. But in there, Mr. President, and to the committee, there's a black piece that you look at that we call them dependencies. You won't hit that milestone unless certain events occur or you hit certain goals to reach your objectives. So you need to be able to monitor dependencies before you hit your milestone. So if you wait a year out, the legislation might have changed on you. It might have changed on you because a year is a long time, especially when there's new legislation. I think quarterly, you look at the strategy review, because here's an example. Here's another example, Chairman Griffin. The chief, she mentioned strategic planning, looking at the implementation of a project, looking at the planning of the project, looking at the monitoring and controlling of the project, and looking at how she's going to manage to close the project out. She's not going to wait a year. When you do when you look at strategic reviews, that's quarterly in any business. Even Sharon Dumas, as great as she is and fiscally wise as Sharon Dumas is, she knows, and she said earlier, that she does strategy reviews on a weekly or 2-week basis, on a weekly or 2-week event. So especially looking at COVID-19, it's affecting everything. So I say to you, waiting a year out, and we know that there's a risk with COVID-19 is not a good thing to do. That's where I'm at. I say quarterly, the chair should call it. I say we look at the dependencies when I wrap this up before we hit the milestones, because you can't hit your milestones unless you hit your dependencies right. Because like the mayor always says, it's some kind of devilment in the details. And those dependencies are very, very important for us to study. And then waiting a year out is not a good thing. Thank you very much. That's my comment on that. And look at work through the chair to Chief Thompson. Are you, and I know you're very, very bright and very wise. I think we should look at a work breakdown structure in Microsoft Project 2016, because you guys give people workloads. Is that correct? Through the chair?
The councilman, through the chair, could you explain a little bit more about what you're specifically asking? I'm not quite clear.
When you go to look at Microsoft project management, are you familiar with Microsoft project management?
Yes.
In there, in the work breakdown structure, I'm looking in my mind right now, it's in Excel. And in Excel, they have a calendar, a schedule of planning, constantly planning how you're going to hit your milestones. And in their planning, they're looking at something that's dependent to hit your milestones. And that is in Microsoft Project 2016. Also in there, in Microsoft Project 2016, there's in the work breakdown structure. That's what you want to look at.
Councilman?
There's a...
You're getting a little deep in the weeds here.
He asked me to explain it, man. I get excited when you talk about projects and programming. I dig that stuff. She is extremely bright, man. We have a lot of conversations about this kind of stuff, projects and programming. Isn't that true, Chief?
Yes, sir.
I visit her unannounced sometimes, and we pull it out and we talk about it.
I would recommend this conversation for an offline conversation.
Will. But I just want to say this, because I'm excited. In the project, there's a resource analysis sheet also. Resources looking at people, money, supplies, and equipment. People, money, supplies, and equipment. So how do you manage your resource? And that's in there as well. You know, I talk with her about it. Kev, you know I love that stuff, man.
I know. I
love it, man. I do, man. I dig it. It's cool reading. But thank you very much. But waiting a year on a new project, it's not good.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, just one clarification if I could. I am totally committed as long as I am chair, or I would encourage whoever is chair of health department of the Health and Human Service Committee to do this quarterly. Right now on my watch, I will commit to do a quarterly update meeting to bring them in. My only hesitation is making sure that we have clear, defined language that we will put in, it's kind of hard to amend at the table right now. So I would tell you as chair, I would commit to bringing this in front of the committee quarterly. And then at a later date, if you wouldn't mind, Chair, once Councilman Conwell and others get together with our legal department to clearly define how that language should look and when these things should come back to council. Like I said, not just with this legislation, but with others that might just be a general thing that we put in legislation, then I would be willing to make that amendment. I just don't have clear language for the amendment right now. That's my only hesitation. And I don't want to amend on the fly. So I will commit as a chair that we do this quarterly.
And I'm just saying, Mr. President, and I'm saying to you, Mr. Chairman, you know, with COVID-19, there's a lot of unknowns. There's a lot of unknowns that we know. We know there's a lot of unknowns, and that you just can't wait. You got to be on top of that stuff, man. And I mean, that's just where I'm at. I'm very nervous about COVID-19. You know how it's going to affect our budget. And all the programs that we're doing, projects and programming, we should measure them constantly, especially dealing with COVID-19 we're going on right now, because there's a lot of known unknowns. Okay. That's where I'm at. Thank you.
All right, so I think we've exhausted this the best we can. Is everybody comfortable with the resolution that we'll bring back for amendment, but it's too much to amend on the fly or at the table right now? But there's the commitment to do that, and the chair will ensure that there are quarterly updates and make sure that he rides herd on this in the interim. If you object to that, raise your hand on the screen. Otherwise, I'm going to, seeing no hands for questions or comments, I'm going to call 84320 as amended, recommended for passage of the full council and standing approved. No objection? 843 stands approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you all very much. I want to revert to capital projects real quick. Commissioner DeRosa is with us.
Yes, sir.
So we have ordinance number 78320, Councilmembers McCormick, Brancatelli, Johnson, Kelly by departmental request, an emergency ordinance to amend sections 1, 2, 3, 6, and 7 of ordinance number 33019 passed April 29, 2019, relating to granting the Northeast Ohio Regional Sewer District certain easement rights in property located at Clark Field needed for the sewer district's West 3rd Quigley Westerly Miscellaneous CSO Control Project. Commissioner.
So Councilman, this one's a little bit confusing, but I'm going to try to make it clear. So, so this is a sewer district project that's a relief sewer project that will alleviate flooding due to insufficient sewer capacities and thereby reduce CSOs into Lake Erie and the rivers. So back in 2019, we approved a project that would be in Clark Field, and the sewer district was going to go in and do some open cutting through Clark Field to increase the sewer capacity. As you know, Clark Field, or as you may know, Clark Field is just finished with the EPA remediation project. And so this project was sequenced so that the sewer district was going to come in first, and then EPA would finish their work, and it would be sequenced in that manner. But the sewer district had to bid the project twice and still couldn't get sufficient bids. In the meantime, EPA kept rolling, so the sewer district had to change their project so that they would not open cut through the land that was just remediated by the EPA within Clark Field. So what we have today is an ordinance to amend the 2019 ordinance to do two things. One is to change the easements, and because the easements are changing, the value changes. And what the sewer district is going to do now is reline an existing WPC sewer that goes through Clark Field. And the only open cutting would be at West 11th Street, where the EPA had no activity. So what we have today is one temporary easement, one permanent easement. The recently constructed towpath trail will not be impacted. Any trees at West 11th that are impacted will be replanted. And this will not interfere with the city's future park improvement project, which is slated to kick off next year in 2021. So the other complicating factor is There was a credit from the Van Duzer land swap, which was a property valued at about $1.5 million that the sewer district transferred to us in exchange for various easements throughout the city. There was a $804 credit left on that land swap. So these easements were appraised at $4,920, and you subtract out the $804. So the sale price is $4,116, and that closes out any easements related to the Van Duzer land swap.
Thank you, Commissioner. So what as I just said, this is a complicated ordinance. The takeaways for me are that this is an easement. It's not going to stall any further park programs or replace any trees. And it's necessary for a CSO controlled sewer, combined sewer overflow problem.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I believe I have a decent, not perfect, but a decent understanding of what the authority that's being asked for. And it has been heard. It's had a previous hearing at Committee on Municipal Services and Properties. It was approved for passage and recommended for passage. Is Chairman Ken Johnson still with us? I've got a lot of people on board. Yeah, Councilman, do you have any comments on 78320?
No, the only comment I have, Mr. Chairman, the rearrangement does not interfere with what takes place on the baseball field. And it's a good idea to do this anyway.
Right.
The cost is nominal. I mean, it's almost no cost to it. And it alleviates problems for the sewer district and for us, for the Recreation Division.
Great. Thank you. And this is in Ward 3. I'd like to hear comments from Councilman Kerry McCormick, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate you hearing this piece today. Fully supported. Commissioner DeRosa has briefed me on the whole piece, as he always does. And again, this is a part of, as we think about the steps needed to be taken to complete this project. On the prior committee meeting, Mr. Chairman, Director Sprons outlined the timeline for the park, which the community has been waiting very long for and is very excited about. We discussed that at our prior meeting. So this does not impact the timeline of the upcoming park. And I fully support this to help save our lake and river and get a great new park in the city of Cleveland. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilman. Are there further questions on 78320? Hearing none, ordinance number 78320 stands approved. Thank you, Commissioner.
Yep. Mr. Chairman, we do have two more with capital projects. I'm not sure if you want to do them or they're with Public Works and capital projects together.
Oh, they're blended with capital projects.
Yeah, I can wait though. I have time.
Well, as long as we got you. What numbers are they?
821 and 823. Just so long as we don't lose track of them, but we have them.
We don't lose much. So, but we'll since you're here and you're with us, we'll just roll through these. Which is so I'm going to go to ordinance numbers 821 and 823. Ordinance number 82120, Councilors McCormick, Johnson, Breckentelli, and Kelly by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing Director of Public Works to enter into a license agreement with the Convention and Visitors Bureau of Greater Cleveland, Inc., doing business as Destination Cleveland, to use and occupy city-owned property and ongoing maintenance of a pedestrian wayfinding sign at the Lakefront Municipal Parking Lot for an interim period of 3 years and automatic renewing from year to year unless terminated by either party. Commissioner?
Mr. Chairman, this is a housekeeping item. Last year, Destination Cleveland installed a pedestrian wayfinding sign in the Muni lot outside of the right-of-way, but within city property. And these are the wayfinding signs that we see throughout downtown. So we need to give them an agreement to allow them for the sign to remain. A 3-year term, automatically renewing from year to year thereafter. No cost to the city, and we're seeking your support to move forward with this.
Thank you. And ordinance number 82120 has been heard and recommended for passage by Committee on Municipal Services Properties, as well as Committee on Development Planning Sustainability. Chairman Johnson, do you have anything further on 82120?
No, Mr. Chairman, I'm in favor of it.
Thank you. And much of the subject matter of 82120 falls in Ward 3. Councilman Kerry McCormick, could you please tell us whether you support ordinance number 82120, please?
Mr. Chair, this is an existing wayfinding sign down by the municipal lot. I move for approval on this.
Okay, so all good, Councilman? Great. Are there any further questions, comments on 82120? Seeing no hands, 82120 stands approved. Please sign. Wait, you can't do that. Sorry, old habits. Stands approved. Ordinance number 82320. Councilmembers Griffin, Johnson, Kelly, by departmental request, an emergency ordinance authorizing the Director of Public Works to enter into a license agreement with the Italian American Brotherhood Club or its designee to build, install, and maintain a statue of Rocky Colavito Jr. on city-owned properties in Tony Brush Park for an initial term of 3 years and automatic renewing year to year unless terminated by either party. Commissioner?
Mr. Chairman, so this is a proposed life-sized bronze statue of Cleveland's baseball legend Rocky Colavito to be created and installed in Tony Brush Park. Along Random Road, there's two plazas before you enter, the fenced-in park space. This would be on one of those two plazas where there's currently a sundial. The sundial would be removed and retained by the city for future use. And there would be a statue as well as kind of like a baseball diamond with donor bricks around it related to this particular statue, and it would be placed on a pedestal. So the Italian American Brotherhood would maintain the statue going forward. They're also paying for the fabrication and installation of the statue. And as we mentioned, the license agreement would be 3 years, automatically renewed from there to there, year to year thereafter. And it's intended that the statue would be installed in spring of 2021. And only other thing to add is that this has been through landmarks since this is in a landmark district.
Thank you, Commissioner. So what the legislation contemplates, so the license that we're entering into is basically for them to do it and to do it on city-owned property?
For them to do it and for it to be located on city property, for them to install and maintain.
Okay, and then the ongoing nature of the legislation is for maintenance of the statute.
Correct.
Wonderful.
Correct.
And when, I'm perusing through the legislation right now, when do they believe that this will be ready to unveil?
Installation is spring of 2021. So I'm guessing, we can, maybe when the weather starts, maybe May or so it'd be done.
Great. This ordinance has, well, first of all, this is great. I'm looking forward to the unveiling of this. This is a great part of Cleveland's baseball history, or a tragic part, depending on how you look at it. But this has been heard and recommended for passage by Committee on Municipal Services and Properties. Councilman Ken Johnson, are you supportive? Any further comments on 823?
No, it's a good idea, Mr. Chairman. Whenever we can get away with no maintenance, the only people that are going to on council that are going to remember Rocky Colavito are me and Polensek, but I think it's a good idea.
I know him by history, so it's all good.
Well, Polensek and I used to see him.
Yeah. Oh, you saw him live and in person.
Live and in person, yes.
Great. Were either of you at the Willie Mays catch? Anyhow, this would be in Ward 6. Councilman Blaine Griffin, do you have comments on 82320?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's always a great moment when a group of citizens come to you like the Italian Brotherhood and present a project like this, when they don't ask you for any money, they don't ask you for much. They just want to come and really help capture Italian heritage. As a proud council member and representing probably one of the last Italian American enclaves in our region, if not our state. This is a great addition, and they really went through all of the processes and procedures. They went through the Little Italy design review process. So everything about this project is good, and I'm excited to see it unveiled as well. As you know, Tony Brescia Park is a community asset that's right in the middle of the old neighborhood, but we're also seeing a lot of new development. So whenever you can get an opportunity to really celebrate the past of any heritage or any group of individuals, in this case, the Italian American community, I'm a fervent supporter of this. So thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and all my colleagues. I urge you to vote for this. I'm totally in support of it.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Brian Casey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, hopefully this will alleviate or lift the curse of Rocky Colavito and bring that World Series back to the Indians since the controversial trade. My question is, has anybody reached out to Mr. Colavito or the family in regards to this? And I was just wondering if they had, what their or his reaction was.
I don't know, Commissioner, do you know?
Through the chairman and the councilman, I do not know because I wasn't involved on that end of this project, but we can get that for you. My guess is that they have been involved, but I don't have that information currently.
I don't have that information in front of me, but I will tell you that the Italian Brotherhood, one of the things that I did tell them is that we want to be respectful of the family, but I will confirm because they did reach out to several people, and I believe the family was one of those groups that they reached out to.
All right, and I'm assuming, Mr. President, that this was fully vetted with the way that the statue's going to look and the portray of Mr. Colavito, and that's why I was kind of wondering if we had feedback from them just to make sure we don't put a statue up. They see it or he sees it, and all of a sudden they don't believe that it's him or the likeness or anything like that. So I was just wondering if we had feedback from them. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody know the answer to that? I assume that happened, but I don't know. I don't have firsthand knowledge.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, this is Mike Cox. It was run through several city agencies and the Italian Brotherhood. Even when we put the sundial in up there, it was vetted with everyone that was responsible for these kind of things going in. So again, Councilman Griffin checked with his constituents up there, but I believe that this went through everybody that should have gone through. And if the family wasn't notified, they should have been, and I think they were.
Okay, thank you. Anything further, Councilman Casey? Councilman Matt Zone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wholeheartedly support this piece of legislation. You know, one of the things that's best about public art is when you can tie history with place, and tying Rocky Colavito to our city, who was such an iconic baseball player, although I wasn't around when he played, like Mike and Ken, but when he came back to Cleveland after he was traded, there was much fanfare. What people don't realize about Rocky Colavito is when he rose to prominence in baseball was just after World War II. And there was a lot of unrest towards and direct racism towards the Italian American community. So this is an Italian pride thing. And as Councilman Griffin said, to have this statue in the Little Italy neighborhood, I would remind my colleague Councilman Griffin, there's also West Side Little Italy, but that it ties history with his tenure with our baseball team, but it also ties history with who he was and what was happening during that time in the 50s, right after World War II. So I wholeheartedly support this piece of legislation.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Mike Polensek.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too support the legislation wholeheartedly. And I was just a baby when Rocky Colavito was playing. Okay. So,
Sure.
yeah, but I want to commend my colleague.
20-year-old baby.
Yeah, I want to commend Blaine for his support for this endeavor, and I would ask respectfully I would like to be joined as a co-sponsor if I could. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I would like to be joined as a co-sponsor as well, if there's no objection from the sponsors.
Mr. Chair, can we also add as one of our last acts, Councilman Zone as a co-sponsor?
Absolutely. All right. Well, thank you.
I would like to be a co-sponsor as well, Councilman Joe Jones.
And I would like to as well.
Any objection to all council members being added?
Everybody.
Everybody's in. All right.
Good.
All right. So ordinance number 82320 stands amended, with the only amendments being the additional sponsors of all council members. All right. Thank you so much. It's a good piece.
Thanks, Councilman.
Thank you. All right. I want to go to human resources now. We have two ordinances. Is Gina still with us? Yeah. You have two ordinances, right?
Yes.
Great. Okay, so the first is ordinance number 90820. Councilmember Kelly, by departmental request, an emergency ordinance to amend section 7 of ordinance number 32315 passed March 30th, 2015 as amended, relating to compensation for various classifications. Gina?
Good morning, President and members of the board. We are asking approval to amend section 7. This is the rate for the Service Employees International Union, SEIU. This legislation was passed on June 3rd, and we're amending the rates to match the contract. There are 5 classifications, and the minimums were corrected only like 34 to 65 cents. So we're asking for your approval on this.
Thank you. Yes, as was just stated, this is the local 1 contract, and in section 7, if you've got the legislation open, all of the changes are very de minimis. It's in the matter of cents, nothing reaches $1.
Right.
Questions, comments on ordinance number 90820? If there are no questions, comments, ordinance number 90820 will be considered by the full council this afternoon. Ordinance number 90920. Councilmember Kelly, by departmental request, an emergency ordinance authorizing the collective bargaining agreement with the International Union of Operating Engineers, Local 10, and to amend section 11 of ordinance number 32315 passed March 30th, 2015 as amended, relating to compensation for various classifications. Gina?
Thank you. These are the supervisors. They're mainly over in water, Division of Water, water pollution control. There's some in police, CPP, and street construction maintenance and public works. This union has 123 employees. They have agreed to the pattern wages of 2, 2, and 2 for 2019, 20, and 21, and they have also agreed to the pattern insurance. The members of this union ratified the contract on October 15th, and we're asking your approval.
Great, thank you. And if you have the legislation open, you'll see there's 2 parts to this ordinance. The first is the contracts of 19, 20, and 21 agreeing to the pattern, which is 222. And if you look at the changes in section 11, all of them, there's nothing that jumps out at me as being, there's nothing that, Gina, correct me if I'm wrong, but these all seem within a few cents to $1, nothing more than $1, right?
Well, this is the 2% increase based on 19 and 20.
But if I'm looking at where they, for example, where the chief radio dispatcher was changed from, I see, okay, so from 2478 to 2631. Okay, so they're a little bit bigger than the last one that we saw.
Yes.
But, okay, so everything's clearly spelled out. Questions on 90920? Seeing no hands up, ordinance number 90920 will be considered by the full council this afternoon. Thank you so much. That's all you have, right?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, hang on a sec. Go through my cheat sheet here. Okay, moving to port control.
Good morning, Council President.
Good morning. How are you?
Excellent. Thank you.
Give me 1 sec to find, stay organized here. I'm sorry. Utilities. I know I've got it. Okay, sorry about that. Three ordinances for consideration, correct?
I believe there's a fourth. Yep. 795-2020.
That is correct. They were stuck together. Please accept my apology again. All right, I'm going to begin with 74920. Council members Cleveland and Kelly by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing the Director of Port Control to employ one or more appraisers or one or more firms of appraisers to provide professional services necessary to appraise real and or personal property, rights of way and or easements and other interest in real property on an as-needed basis for a period of 1 year with 3 one-year options to renew, the second of which requires additional legislative authority.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and committee. Hope everyone is healthy and safe. The City of Cleveland, through Department of Port Control, owns and manages various properties here at the airport, at Cleveland Hopkins Airport, Berkeley Lakefront Airport, and the North Coast Harbor. There's a need for an on-call professional services to appraise real estate assets that the city owns in order to understand the value and how we lease them and all that.
Great, thank you. And this particular ordinance, 794, had been heard and recommended for passage by the Committee on Transportation. Councilman Cleveland, Chair of Transportation Committee, do you have comments on 79420?
Mr. President, this ordinance was reviewed and thoroughly heard and reviewed at our Transportation Committee last week, and I ask my colleagues to approve.
Thank you. Questions, comments on 79420? Seeing no hands up, 79420 stands approved. Ordinance number 79520 as amended. Councilors McCormick, Cleveland, Brancatelli, and Kelly by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing Director of Port Control to employ one or more professional consultants to maintain, manage, secure, and promote city-owned properties at the North Coast Harbor and to fulfill the common area maintenance agreement with the stakeholders of North Coast Harbor for a period of 1 year with 3 one-year options to renew, exercisable by the Director of Port Control. Commissioner?
Again, good morning, Chair and Committee. The Department of Port Control is responsible for the oversight of North Coast Harbor, which is defined by East 9th Street and Dock 28B, including but not limited to the East 9th Street Pier, Boynevich Park, North Coast Harbor Walkway, and the docks north of First Energy Stadium. Attractions and event programming within the area draw an average of approximately 2 million people to the downtown lakefront on a yearly basis. The City of Cleveland, the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, Great Lakes Science Center, the Cleveland Browns are responsible through the Common Area Maintenance Agreement for operating, maintaining, securing, promoting the public areas. Since 2012, these duties have been satisfied via professional service agreement with the Downtown Cleveland Alliance. The contract also includes provisions authorizing DCA to provide complimentary services in a minor capacity for the area.
Thank you. So this is a $400,000 ordinance, correct?
That's correct, Chairman.
And is that, when you mentioned DCA and maintenance, do they maintain on our behalf or do our employees maintain?
Mr. Chairman, they maintain on our behalf.
Okay, so this would be a payment to Downtown Cleveland Alliance for the maintenance of the common areas.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Right. And this is the area by the Rock Hall, North Coast Harbor, by the stadium?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. It includes Boynevich Park, North Coast Harbor, the walkway, the area around there. You're absolutely correct.
Thank you. And this has been heard and recommended for passage both by the Committee on Transportation and the Committee on Development, Planning, Sustainability. Chairwoman Cleveland, do you have further comments on 79520?
Yes, Mr. President, there should be an amendment to this ordinance with respect to the to renew the contract. You know, as the ordinance was originally read in committee, it allows for renewals without ever coming back to council for approval. And we amended that at the table to insert the standard language that after the second renewal, that the second renewal would have to come back to council for approval.
Yes. Thank you, Councilman. Let me read that. It is attached. I'm sorry I didn't read it at the front end. In the title, the First Amendment is in the title, and at the end, strike exercisable by the Director of Port Control and insert the second of which requires additional legislative authority. That's the First Amendment. The Second Amendment is still in section 1 and says in the first paragraph, lines 7 and 8, strike exercisable by the Director of Port Control and insert the first of the 1-year options to renew may be exercised by the Director of Port Control without the necessity of obtaining additional authority of council. The second of the 1-year options to renew may not be exercised without additional legislative authority. If such additional legislative authority is granted and the second 1-year option to renew is exercised, then the third 1-year option to renew may be exercised at the option of the Director of Port Control without the necessity of obtaining additional authority of this council. So both amendments are in here, Chairwoman.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure.
Okay.
And otherwise, we are good.
Great. And this Moses Real Estate lands in Ward 3. Councilman Kerry McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I fully support this legislation. I appreciate this going through the committee process. This has been a successful partnership with the stakeholders at North Coast Harbor, as well as with the Downtown Cleveland Alliance historically. This is a very important part of our downtown neighborhood. And so, again, in the past, this has been successful, and I think this setup makes sense. And I also agree with the amendments that Chairwoman Cleveland just stated. So I would support those amendments as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman McCormick. This is, from my observation, this has been working well when I'm down in this general area. So if there's no further questions, this having been thoroughly reviewed, 79520 as amended stands approved. Ordinance number 84520, council members Cleveland and Kelly by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing Director of Port Control to exercise the first option to renew contract number RCD 2019-1 with Siemens Industry Inc. to maintain, repair, and expand the existing, I'm going to say Apogee building automation system for the Department of Port Control. Did I pronounce that correctly?
Yes, sir.
Great. Okay, tell us about 84520.
Mr. Chairman, the Department of Port Control relies on Siemens Industry Incorporated to provide 24-hour, 7-day-a-week maintenance and support on the airport's automation system that controls the interior, exterior lighting systems, HVAC systems, and alarming and mechanical equipment.
Okay. And when we get these, first of all, it's exercising an option to renew a contract. So may I assume that you are pleased with their performance in the first period of the contract?
Mr. Chairman, to the committee, yes.
Great. And that's really my only question, because this is obviously a proprietary system that they have and the automation system. So I think the only question in exercising an option is whether they've performed to your satisfaction for the first period of the contract, to which you have responded that they have. This has also been heard and recommended for approval by the Committee on Transportation. I want to ask Chairwoman Cleveland if she has anything further on 84520.
I have nothing further to add.
Thank you. Are there any further questions or comments on 84520? Seeing no hands, ordinance number 84520 stands approved. Ordinance number 84620. Council members Cleveland and Kelly by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing Director of Port Control to enter into an amendment to contract number PS 2017-17 with Peregrine Advisors LLC to extend the term of the contract up to 1 year and to provide additional financial consulting services. Director?
Again, good morning, Chair. The Department of Port Control, operator of Burke Airport and Hopkins Airport, requires a multitude of financial and accounting services and support for the business decisions that we make here, in addition to financial modeling of obviously the current times we're in now and then for future. And so often such services require expertise that's not available through our existing staffing. Therefore, one or more of the financial consulting service contracts, professional services are necessary to supplement the regular staff at Border Control.
And how long has this Peregrine has been with us we've been working with them for a long time. This is at least a 10-year engagement, correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. I don't have the exact time frame, but he's been here a long time.
Okay. And is it the same person that makes up most of Peregrine? Lawrence, I forget his last name.
Menendez. Yes, Mr. Chairman, that is, yes.
Okay, thank you. And this has been heard and recommended for approval by Committee on Transportation. Chairwoman Cleveland, anything further on 84620?
No, nothing further, Mr. President.
Thank you. Are there any further questions or comments on 84620? Seeing no hands, ordinance number 84620 stands approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Okay. Read my cheat sheet. Okay. Is Greg still with us? We got two more pieces of finance I probably should have knocked out right away, but I didn't.
Yes,
all right, so Greg, you still have ordinance number 811 and 8. You have 811 left, and what else?
851, Mr. Chairman.
851. Got it. Okay. Ordinance number 81120, Councilmember Kelly by departmental request. An emergency ordinance to amend the title and section 1 of ordinance number 38719 passed April 15, 2019, relating to professional services to develop and provide programs and activities for youth, their families, and authorize amendments to agreements currently entered into under that ordinance.
Mr. Chairman, Chief Martin Thompson is here, and she will be able to speak on the details and answer any questions regarding this piece for the Office of Prevention, Intervention, and Opportunity for Youth and Young Adults.
Thank you, Chief.
Yes, so Council Chair, I'm sorry, I'm not sure what's going on with the video right now, but I hope, can you hear me?
We can hear you, yes.
Okay, so I came to a couple weeks ago, the last time, to request authority to amend contracts issued under ordinance number 387-2019. Actually, there are 19 contracts I would like to amend instead of 20. That was an error on the summary request form that I submitted. My office entered into these contracts with vendors to offer programs and support services for our youth and families that frequent our neighborhood resource and recreation centers. This is a part of, and I've talked about this before, our efforts to transform the rec centers into trauma-informed care neighborhood resource and rec centers. Because of COVID, we were required to cancel some of these programs, move from in-person to virtual programming in some cases, and in others, we had to modify the program schedules. That definitely, of course, had an impact on our ability to offer the full benefit of these programs that we had to offer for our youth and our families. And so what we'd like to do is the opportunity to adjust for that and request the authority to extend the contractual agreements with each of these vendors for an additional term of 1 year. Attached includes an overview of the contracts that were issued under ordinance number 387-2019. I know that the last time I was here, there was a question about cost savings as it relates to those contracts because of the fact that programs were interrupted due to COVID. Just a note, however, that these contracts were decertified and the funding that was remaining on these contracts was absorbed by the finance department to cover the cost of the city's contractual obligations. So EMS, fire, SEIU, exempt employees, et cetera. So even though there was a cost savings, those funds were absorbed by finance to cover the cost of other obligations.
Okay, so there were COVID-related savings that were associated with 38719, and all of those savings have already been decertified and reclaimed by Department of Finance for general operating needs.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Because I recall that we held it for that purpose.
Yes.
So that they're decertified. So not every service that was not provided was decertified and the funds returned.
Yes.
Great. Questions, comments on 8, 11, 20? Seeing no hands, let me make sure nobody's texting me. Seeing no hands, ordinance number 8, 11, 20 stands approved.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you. Ordinance number 85120, Councilmember Kelly by departmental request. Emergency ordinance authorizing Director of Finance to employ one or more professional consultants to provide workers' compensation and actuarial services for a period of 1 year with 2 one-year options to renew, exercisable by the Director of Finance. Director?
Mr. Chair, this is for our workers' comp third-party administrative services. And we have with us Ed Romero, who is our risk manager that can speak on the details and answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Mr. Romero, welcome.
Thank you, sir. And to your esteemed members of council, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. 85120.
So this is our workers' compensation third-party administrative services. It's an outside vendor that assists us in managing our workers' compensation claims that we have throughout the city. We had a short extension of the contract to cover the rest of the year. And now we're entering into our new cycle that we're going out for an RFP for 1 year with 2 one-year options. So they provide us actuarial services as well as claims management services. And they assist us in, they don't assist, they pay for our independent medical examinations, plus any surveillance that we would have when needed.
Is this a third-party administrator or is it something separate?
No, this is a third-party administrator.
Right.
Specifically for workers' comp.
Okay, and who's our current third-party administrator?
They're called Sedgwick Comp Management.
Okay, so we're opening that bid up again?
Yes, sir.
Great. Okay, no, that's great to hear. And when we have more time, we can spend some time talking about how much this department's improved under Mr. Romero in terms of how he manages this whole workers' compensation world. The amount of money that he saved the city has been tremendous. So I'm very confident that he will find the right vendor to be our third-party administrator, make sure that our costs are reasonable and that the citizens of the city of Cleveland are well served under this program. Anything further on 8, Councilman Kevin Conwell?
I just want to echo what you just said, Mr. President. This guy is, he's great. He has controlled, when you look at cost of labor, he has controlled workers' compensation. And I would like to ask him, I would like to look at the percentage that he has cut down on cost of labor, because it was extremely high, let's say, before he became the director of that department, sir. Thank you very much. If you was to answer
To the extent that you can, I know there's a lot of different line items within workers' compensation, but to the extent that you can answer Councilman Conwell's question on the savings percent.
Yeah, just the cost.
Yeah, cost.
So, to the chairman, to Councilman Conwell. So just to give you a basic overview, in the year 2000, we had over 1,851 claims filed against the city at a cost at that time in $2,000 of over $32 million a year that we spent. Currently, we changed systems under my authority and the mayor's authority in the mid-2000s, and we went to a system where it now implies a semi-self-insurance. We're not 100% self-insured, but it's a semi system that the state has offered. And we now pay anywhere between $6 to $11 million a year. $6 million we pay in premiums, and an additional $5.5 in actual claim costs. Those are in 2020 dollars versus the 2000 where we were paying over $32 million.
Prevention program, is that correct, through the chair?
I'm sorry?
Prevention. You see there's getting ready to be a tort. You prevent it from happening. I know you guys have a great program dealing with prevention so that we can keep costs down. Is that true? through the chair to the director.
Yeah, the safety record's been tremendously improved. I'll let Mr. Romero talk about that.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, to Councilman Conwell, thank you for that question. That is accurate. As a matter of fact, when we had the 1,851 filed claims in the year 2000, we will hit a historic low this year, but there are some variables involved in that. But we have trended 7 out of the last 8 years prior to 2020. We were still at historic lows. And so a lot of it does have to do with addressing safety concerns throughout the city, making sure that our management, line management, and employees understand the purpose of what workers' compensation and being safe. Because no matter any amount of money will not prevent you from suffering from if you have a serious injury and carrying that on beyond your employment with the city of Cleveland. We don't want that to happen to anyone. So by preventing it, we're educating, and education goes a long way. And I really have to call out the Department of Utilities, who has a fantastic safety program led by Chief Warren, and also Department of Port Control led by Tristan Hooton. That and my staff, Sonia Brown and Veronica Jenkins out of the Office of Risk Management, they're wonderful and educating. That's what we've done. We've lifted up our employees' knowledge and helped drive those costs down, and then let the money be appropriate in other areas rather than paying for injuries.
All right. Thank you, Councilman. Indeed, this is really a case study in how to be a good steward of public funds. So I want to thank Mr. Romero and wholeheartedly support ordinance number 85120. Is there anything further on ordinance number 85120? Seeing no hands, ordinance number 85120 stands approved. Thank you. Okay, going to move now to Public Works.
And start the video.
Okay. Going to begin with ordinance number 52320 as amended. Councilors McCormick, Brancatelli, Zone, and Bashir Jones. An emergency ordinance to amend sections 131.06, duties of special event manager, of the codified ordinances of Cleveland, Ohio, 1976, as amended by ordinance number 151611, passed December 5th, 2011, 131.07, special permit events, as amended by ordinance number 16418, passed March 5th, 2018, and 131.30, duties of Commissioner of Recreation, as amended by ordinance number 1330-A-10, passed December 6, 2020, to eliminate the administrative requirement to hire police officers for block parties and small neighborhood-based community events. Give me 1 second to take a look at the amendments. All right, I'm going to read 1 and 2 are procedural. I'm going to read Amendment 3 at Section 1, amended Section 131.06F, strike lines 3, 4, 5, and 6 in their entirety. Insert protection, first aid services, sanitation, and cleanup, except that hiring of police officers or private security personnel shall not be required for any block party or any small neighborhood-based community event when the anticipated attendees will not exceed 100 persons. And in Section 1131.07, first paragraph, line 2, under duration, insert including block parties or any small neighborhood-based community events, and division 131.07A, strike lines 11 and 12 in their entirety, and insert community events when anticipated attendees will not exceed 100 persons. In Section 1, strike amended Section 131.30 in its entirety. And in Section 2, line 2, after December 5th, 2011, insert and section and strike lines 4 and 5 in their entirety, insert 2018 are repealed. Okay, Director Cox.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, please.
Yes, this again, this legislation was a council-sponsored piece. We have had numerous conversations with Ms. O'Leary, who's done a wonderful job, and our law department on making sure that this ordinance is is usable, and it helps everyone, the council, the neighbors, and the city to get this job done on these block parties. So we're on page with everything that's in there, and we're ready to move forward.
Great, thank you. And this has been, it's had a hearing and it's been heard and recommended for approval by Committee on Development, Planning, Sustainability as amended, and relief from municipal service and property and safety. Councilman Brancatelli is not with us. Councilman Ken Johnson, do you have any further comments on 52320, which is the requirement to have police officers at small events?
Yes, it just makes good sense, Mr. Chairman. We should have probably done this years ago. It unprohibits small gatherings who have to have a policeman, and they got to pay for the policeman. It's a big deal for our community to move ahead with this.
Okay, thank you. This was also routed to Committee on Safety. Council Chair Matt Zone. I'm not going to have to say that too many more times. Councilman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to remind those on the phone and our colleagues that the Safety Committee did have hosted a hearing in June of 2019 last year, where we brought in several residents who spoke in testimony about the barriers. In light of what has happened this past summer, we want to create as much opportunity that people can feel that they can go out and gather in peace and comfort and not have so many difficult restrictions on them. I know that there was an email going around, and our colleague, Councilman Brancatelli, made, I thought was a good recommendation. I'd like to see the application be attached to the legislation and make it part of the record. I have no reservation about seeing it move forward in its present form. I want to thank our colleagues, Councilman McCormick, as well as the other co-sponsors of this legislation who really made it happen. And in a special way, I want to give a shout out to a couple people. Please forgive me, Councilman McCormick, your constituent, Angelo Trevisano, who spent a considerable amount of time and research on that. Emily Matillo, my constituent, who's done a lot of advocacy on that. And Julian, I'm just blanking on your last name, but maybe Councilman McCormick will remember and give you a shout out. I'm fully supportive of the legislation.
Great, thank you so much, Councilman. And as mentioned, Councilman Kerry McCormick is a sponsor of 523, and I know put a lot of time into this. Councilman Kerry McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate you hearing this today. Yeah, again, this is a piece that is meant to streamline the process for our residents to have basic, block parties. And, I'm sure are well aware, have gone through that process where residents are scrambling to find police officers, badge number. It's just a complete added layer to just having a street party, which is the type of thing, while now with COVID is a little different, but when we come out of it, we want to really encourage those community gatherings, those block parties, without adding burdensome regulations on them, like having 2 police officers at these types of events. So I fully support this legislation. And again, as Councilman Zone noted, this was a great piece. We had community, activism and input on. So we thank all those involved with it. And I just wanted to make sure, Chair, I just want to make sure to our council that we've covered all of the amendments. I know there was a conversation around vendors too. Have we covered all those amendments to General Leary?
Through the
I'm
chair.
pretty sure I read a mouthful, but Jennifer?
Yes, through the chair of the councilman, those amendments have been revised in the new amendments before you from the law department today. We worked with the law department and Director Cox and Manager Hand. So there had been an amendment that prohibited sales at these type of events, and that has now been removed.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Chair, the intent there to, thank you, Jen. And Jen did spend a lot of time on this too, so thank you. Mr. Chairman, to the intent on that one is that there are 2 kind of lines of processes there that run parallel. So one if you want to have vendors and one if you don't. And the purpose of that is we don't want to prohibit people if they want to have someone selling hot dogs or something like that at their event. But again, having two processes, one if you don't want to have anything sold and one if you do, so that if you're not having anything sold, it's, you don't have to go through those steps. But if you are having vendors there, having the whatever other additional steps for health and otherwise that would be required. So I think this ordinance makes sense and it removes barriers, Mr. Chairman, for our communities to host small gatherings and block parties. I think this is a good move for our council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. I appreciate all the council members and administration and Jennifer O'Leary that put the time into this. I know it's been with us for a long time. I forget when it was introduced, but thank you to all. I don't see any hands up and I don't think I'm getting any texts. Therefore, if there are no further questions or comments, ordinance number 52320 as amended stands as approved. Thank you so much. Ordinance number 78420, council members Johnson and Kelly by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing Director of Public Works to enter into an amendment to the waste collection Packer vehicle rental agreement, contract number MA 1505 ECD 2020-4 with Rush Truck Leasing Inc., doing business as Rush Refuse System, to extend the term for an additional 4 months. Director?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to council. This legislation, as you said, will allow us to extend the contract lease to Rush Trucking for 4 waste trucks that we have been leasing since January. If you remember, we leased 9. We sent 5 back. We are now extending the lease. We like to extend the lease on 4 of those Packers till January 31st, 2021. For information, we have just received 4 new Packers through our capital vehicle purchase program. And so those 4 would take the place of these 4. And then we're looking to add additional waste Packers in our 2021 capital plan. We ask for approval.
Thank you. And these are not the claws. This is not for bulk. This is just the general Packers.
These are Packers, sir. These are not the claws.
Okay, and I might be remembering this wrong, but when we entered this, were we intending to purchase these vehicles after the lease?
There was some intention of purchasing the lease. We had, well, let's say this, we had an option to purchase.
Okay.
We were able to get our other vehicles in, these 4, at least these 4 in at this time.
Okay.
At the end of this year, which is October, we got them in. And
So we're not opting to purchase.
We're not opting to purchase them at this time.
Great, thank you. Ordinance number 784 has been heard and recommended for passage by Committee on Municipal Services and Properties. Chairman Ken Johnson, anything further on ordinance number 78420?
No, I don't have anything further, Mr. Chairman. Those Packers are very necessary, especially this year because of the pandemic. And we don't anticipate going out for this again. This is probably the last time we'll do it.
Thank you. Yeah, we've got to pick up the garbage. Councilman Brian Casey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I just want to reiterate what the Chairman Johnson said, that we spoke about municipal properties and services, and that is one, this was not a lease to purchase option on these Packers, and that 2, these are rather expensive to lease in comparison to the selling and that or the purchasing of them, and that we did have that conversation about we wouldn't be going back out for an additional extension on the lease. Mr. Chairman, to the director, that's correct?
That is correct. As I said, Councilman Casey, we have 4 new vehicles that we have in now, and we're looking to add more new vehicles under our capital program in 21.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman. I see no further hands or nobody's indicating any. Is there anything further on 78420? Seeing no hands, seeing no questions, ordinance number 78420 stands approved. Ordinance number 81220. Councilmembers Johnson and Kelly, by departmental request, an emergency ordinance authorizing Director of Public Works to apply for and accept a grant from the Ohio Department of Education for the 2021 Summer Food Service Program, authorizing the purchase by requirement contracts of breakfast and lunches of food, food products, beverages, condiments, and paper products to implement the grant for the Division of Recreation, Department of Public Works, and authorizing the director to contract with various nonprofit organizations for the implementation of the program. Director?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is our annual grant that we go out for with the Ohio Department of Education for our 2021 food service program. This particular grant is for Camp Forbes. As you know, because of the conditions this past summer, we did not have anyone at Camp Forbes, but we're looking forward to possibly, getting back to Camp Forbes. And this provides the food service and the funding to feed the kids at Camp Forbes. We sleep about 100 kids per week out at Camp Forbes, and we look forward to getting this program back on pace in 2021.
And Director, similar to questions that were raised about some of the programs under Chief Martin Thompson, were there unused funds that were decertified in this program in the previous year?
Mr. Chairman, I'm sure there were. If we did not use any of the funds were returned back to finance, and finance would then reallocate those funds to other places in the budget.
Thank you. And ordinance number 81220 has been heard and recommended for passage by Committee on Municipal Services and Properties. Councilman Johnson, anything further?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. This is our annual ordinance for the food at Camp Forbes. This year is going to be more critical than ever. The funds were decertified and put back into the general fund.
Okay, thank you. Anything further? I think Councilman Johnson's freezing up for a minute. Oh, there we go. Councilman Johnson, we good?
Yep, we good.
Okay, thank you. Anything further on ordinance number 81220? Seeing no questions, ordinance number 81220 stands approved. Ordinance number 82520. Councilmembers Johnson and Kelly, by departmental request, an emergency ordinance authorizing directors of Public Works and of Finance to employ one or more temporary employment agencies to provide professional services to supply temporary and seasonal personnel for the Department of Public Works and for the Project Clean program for various and other departments of the city for a period of up to 1 year. Director?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Passing this legislation will allow us to go out for a contract, a professional service contract, to hire seasonal employees for our parks, vacant properties, parks, and cemetery program for the seasonal summer cutting and cleaning of those various entities. This contract, we come back every year for this contract to bid it out. And so we're looking to move forward with that process this year, and this legislation will allow us to do that.
Thank you. Is there any changes between this year's legislation and last year's legislation, Director?
Mr. Chairman, no. The amount last year was in the amount of about 4.5 million. This year we're looking at the same amount, about 4.5 million, to bring on this temporary staffing for our vacant lots and parks and cemeteries program.
Thank you. And this has been heard and recommended for passage by Committee on Municipal Service and Properties. Councilman Chairman Johnson, anything further?
I really don't have anything further, Mr. Chairman. This is our annual ordinance for summer employees to cut the vacant lots. And after the first period last year, they really did a great job. I'm looking for the same thing this year to include the first period.
Great. Thank you. Thank you. Councilman Mike Polensek.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, my honorable colleagues. I just want to confirm with Director Cox, those of us who are still interested in putting on a ward crew, you're going to be able to accommodate us.
Mr. Chairman, to the councilman, yes, we were. We will. We will get you a letter out to you starting sometime in the spring to ask you if you're willing to want to do that, and we'll go from there. And you can work with John James on the funding.
Okay. So there's no need to amend this piece to include that. Okay.
No, so that's something we do with Mr. James through the council.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Plonzek. If there's nothing further, ordinance number 82520 stands approved. Ordinance number 85420, Councilmembers Johnson and Kelly by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing the purchase by one or more requirement contracts of recycled or virgin asphalt concrete for the Division of Streets, Department of Public Works, for a term of 1 or 2 years. Director?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this is our purchase of asphalt for our residential resurfacing program, and also for other items in streets budget that we have to do some general repairs with. So we're asking for permission to go out with and bid on a requirements contract for our asphalt concrete to finish our resurfacing programs in the next couple of years. The present contract expires in 2021, in June of 2021. And so we're looking to make sure that we have the contract in place to bid. We'll bid it in a 1 year and a 2 year to see which is our best economic effort in getting this contract out. And we hope to go. As we talked last at sustainability, we're also trying to work with our present contractor to keep one of the plants open for the winter that will allow us to buy hot asphalt for the pothole season that we're going through. So we asked for permission to move for this contract.
Okay, thanks. So there's nothing to this contract that we haven't seen before. This is basically you're looking for a requirement contract for our asphalt needs.
That is a standard contract. We come back every year, every 2 years.
Yeah, all right.
And this has also been heard and recommended for passage by Committee on Municipal Service and Properties. Chairman Johnson, anything further on 854?
Mr. Chairman, this is our annual allocation for street resurfacing. The big deal in all of this is that they are negotiating with several asphalt plants to stay open all year. And instead of patching the potholes with cold patch, which lasts sometimes 2 and 3 days, they'll be able to patch it with hot patch, which will last a year.
Great. Okay, thank you. Questions, comments on 85420? Seeing none, ordinance number 85420 stands approved. Ordinance number 85520, Councilmember Johnson Kelly by departmental request, an emergency ordinance authorizing the purchase by one or more requirement contracts of property insurance for the First Energy Stadium for the years of 2021 and 2022 for the Department of Public Works for a period of up to 2 years. Director?
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. This is a insurance that we carry on the Cleveland Brown Stadium, First Energy Stadium. The insurance protects the city against any catastrophic conditions over at the stadium. It will be bid out sometime this year, and we will have it in place. The last vendor was Highland Group. I think Highland Group may be 1 or 2 bidders that we go out to that can take care of this kind of a issue. The process we went through this year was with Ed Romero. We walked all of our potential bidders through the stadium, and they came back with a estimate on what it would cost to rebuild that stadium, and they came with close to $1 billion in the rebuild of that stadium. I forgot, Councilman Polinsky probably knows what that price was to build it. I forgot what it was. I was around too, but it is now worth somewhere around $1 billion. So this will take care of our insurance needs at the stadium.
Thank you, Director. We are mainly a self-insured entity of the city of Cleveland. Why do we purchase insurance on the stadium? Is that for our own protection, or is that bondholders' protection?
It's basically for our own protection. Again, being responsible for rebuilding a building that's worth that kind of money is kind of, we'd probably take us a long time to rebuild a stadium like that. So
Yeah.
again,
Okay.
it's for our protection. We're, as you say, we're self-insured in this, but in this case, we keep insurance on that stadium.
Yeah, makes sense. This has been heard and recommended for passage. Chairman Johnson, anything further on 855?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, to rebuild the stadium at today's cost is well over $1 billion. And we have to have this insurance in order to protect the city. This is our stadium, and we have to protect our citizens.
Great. Okay. Thank you, Councilman. Anything further on 855-20? Councilman Mike Polensek.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support the legislation. Chairman Johnson indicated correctly that we have to protect the asset that is there. My question, though, is to Director Cox. In part of the lease terms, the lease agreement, are they is the tenant required to have insurance as well?
Mr. Chairman, to the councilman, I am not sure. I will get that answer for you if they have insurance on some of the things that they've added to that stadium. I will get that answer for you today.
Okay, I would appreciate that, because just as you know, there are people who are tenants that are in rental property, and
yes,
sometimes they are required and have to maintain their own rental insurance as well, or tenant insurance.
Yes.
So I just want to find out if they are required as well.
I will have that for you today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman Polensek. If there is nothing further, ordinance number 855-20 stands approved. Director Cox, I think that catches us up.
Yes, sir.
Well, you don't have anything else, do you?
No, sir. Please. Thank you. Everybody stay safe.
Do the same. Okay, moving to public utilities. All right, we have a healthy stack for utilities. I'm going to begin with ordinance number 648-20. Ordinance number 648-20, council members Casey and Kelly by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing Director of Public Utilities to exercise the first option to renew contract number PS 2018-64 with Ernst & Young LLP to manage and administer the Oracle Customer Care and Billing System.
Thank you, Chairman.
This one?
Yes, I will be. Director Davis was pulled out of the building and apologizes, but I will be walking through these today. Ordinance 648-2020, Department of Public Utilities is contracted with Ernst & Young to manage its Oracle Customer Care and Billing System used by CWD to manage customer billing, meter reading, meter inventory, customer appointments, and related reporting. It is also integrated with a number of systems, including AMR, bill printing, electric bill presentment, and payment. Original contract was 3 years, 2 additional 1-year extensions. This is the first year extension for approximately $1.5 million.
Thank you, Assistant Director Kane. And does this ordinance, is this system for water only, or is this also for clean public power?
No, this is water only now. We are converting from the old Banner system to CCMB, the same system at Cleveland Public Power, but it's not yet completed.
I'm happy to hear this because I find the water portal to be very easy to use, and it's just really easy to manage. And just recently, I got a notice that I had like high usage, and sure enough, I had a leak in one of my toilets, and it saved a ton of money. But I got that notification, and that, you know, when those things happen, when you get calls from consumers, those bills add up if we don't have that. So I am a believer in I really think that the water system, billing system, and AMR works out great.
Great, that's good to hear.
Yeah, and this has been heard and recommended for passage by the Committee on Utilities. Is Chairman Casey. Chairman Casey.
Thanks, Mr. President. We heard it and vetted it and supported for passage.
Thank you, sir. Anything further on ordinance number 648-20? Seeing none, ordinance number 648-20 stands approved. Ordinance number 66120, council members Casey and Kelly by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing the purchase by one or more requirement contracts of labor and materials needed to clean high voltage insulator bushings, lighting arresters, transformers, and associated equipment at various locations for the Division of Cleveland Public Power, Department of Public Utilities for a period of 2 years. Assistant Director.
Thank you, Chairman, to the committee. This would continue our maintenance program for the insulators, bushings, lightning arresters, transformers, and associated equipment. Sets into place the process to expedite the maintenance and cleaning of those instruments without cleaning off the road salt and other contaminants of this equipment. Electricity could arc and track over and onto other components for the transmission and distribution of the system, causing outages. Again, part of our routine maintenance program and looking for authority to continue. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. You said, Assistant Director, this is part of your routine maintenance.
Yes. Yeah, we've done similar contracts for the last couple of years to clean this equipment and keep it when we can, keep it in just the regular maintenance.
Perfect. Thank you. This has been heard and recommended for passage by Committee on Utilities. Chairman Casey, anything further on 661?
No, we heard it duly vetted and recommended for passage.
Thank you. If there's nothing further, ordinance number 66120 stands approved. Ordinance number 66320, council members Casey and Kelly by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing the purchase by one or more requirement contracts of labor and material necessary to maintain, test, inspect, repair, enhance, or replace HVAC systems and components, including but not limited to boilers, ventilation, and air conditioning systems, environmental controls, associated software, and components, including rental and installation if necessary, for the divisions of water, water pollution control, Cleveland Public Power, and the Office of Radio Communications, Department of Public Utilities for a term of 2 years. Assistant Director.
Thank you, Chairman. DPU has numerous facilities, not limited to office buildings, water treatment plants, pump stations, sewerage lift stations, electrical substations. Each have, in addition to general HVAC needs, assortment, communication, computer server, and other specialized equipment and associated appurtenances that have their own heating, cooling, and ventilation requirements. Looking for the requirement contract of an estimated $1.6 million, $800,000 a year traditionally to maintain those various services. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. So this is to maintain the HVAC systems of the Department of Public Utilities buildings.
That's correct.
Great. Thank you. This has been heard and recommended for approval by Committee on Utilities. Chairman Casey, anything further on 66320?
No, Mr. Chairman, we heard it duly vetted and recommended for passage.
Thank you. Any further questions, comments on 66320? Seeing no hands, ordinance number 66320 stands approved. Ordinance number 66520, council members Casey and Kelly by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing the purchase by one or more requirement contracts of labor and materials necessary to test, maintain, and repair equipment that provides backup electric power, backup diesel drives for pumps, and backup generators supplied by off-road fossil fuel for the various divisions of Department of Public Utilities for a term of 2 years. Assistant Director.
Thank you, Chairman. As with the last piece, which with HVAC, this is maintenance for our backup generators at the various DPU facilities. Predominantly regarding this piece is our water treatment plants. There are backup electrical power, backup diesel drives for pumps, backup generators that require routine maintenance and testing, and this would allow us to continue that effort. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councilman Casey, this has been heard and recommended for passage. Do you have anything further on 66520?
No, we recommend it for passage.
Thank you. Are there any further questions, comments on 66520? Seeing no hands, ordinance number 66520 stands approved. Ordinance number 66620, council members Casey and Kelly by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing the purchase by one or more requirement contracts of labor, materials, and equipment necessary to perform tree trimming services for the Division of Cleveland Public Power, Department of Public Utilities for a period of 2 years. Assistant Director.
Thank you, Chairman. Obviously, Cleveland Public Power is responsible for trimming and clearing of trees, brush, saplings, and other vegetation in close proximity to energized distribution power lines in the public and or private right-of-way. We have now for a number of years gone out to bid to supplement or augment our existing forestry staff. at CPP, and we're looking to continue to do so, as was discussed at the Public Utilities Committee. We have seen some real results from this endeavor, and we would like to continue down that path. And with a 2-year contract estimated cost of $850,000. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Assistant Director. Again, this has been heard and recommended for passage. Chairman Casey, anything further on 66620?
No, we had a robust conversation regarding this legislation in light of and in lieu of what happened over the past weekend. So this is well needed. It was vetted and we recommend it for passage.
Thank you, Chairman. If there's nothing further, I don't see any hands. 66620 stands approved. Thank you. Ordinance number 67920. Council members Casey and Kelly, by departmental request, an emergency ordinance authorizing the Director of Public Utilities to exercise the first option to renew the joint registration agreement with the Medical Center Company as authorized by ordinance number 146718 passed January 28th, 2019. Assistant Director.
Thank you, Chairman. North American Electric Reliability Corporation, also known as NERC, determined that MCCO must be registered as a transmission owner to be in compliance with the NERC reliability standards. They were also given the option, as other RTOs of their size, to sign a joint registration agreement which council previously authorized the Department of Public Utilities to do. This is a 1-year extension of that contract and also adds to it that the Medco will pay CPP $75,000 a year for the services that we are providing to them as a operator.
Thank you. So this is just authorizing the first option to renew this agreement.
It is, with the slight caveat, because NERC is now requiring Medco or MCCO to comply with all PJM and NERC standards. We are doing those services for them. So in return for those services, we are charging them $75,000 a year.
Thank you. And Chairman Casey, this has been heard and recommended for approval. Anything additional on 679?
No, good for passage.
Thank you. Questions, comments on 67920? Seeing no hands, ordinance number 67920 stands approved. Ordinance number 73220, council members Casey and Kelly, by departmental request, an emergency ordinance determining the method of making the public improvement of rehabilitation of the Kirtland Crib and authorizing Director of Public Utilities to enter into one or more public improvement contracts for the making of the improvement.
Thank you, Chairman. I believe the members of council are familiar with the crib. If they look north, they will see it out in the middle of the lake.
This is the 5 Mile
crib or the crib, pardon?
The 5 Mile Crib?
Yes.
Yes.
Also known as the Kirtland Crib, which was constructed between 1896 and 1904. It is the intake to the 5 Mile Tunnel that runs 50 feet below the bottom of Lake Erie to the Kirkland Pump Station along the East Shoreway, which then pumps untreated lake water to Baldwin for treatment. Last major repair to the crib was in 1991. We did do interior, exterior, and underwater inspections of the crib in 2017. This ordinance would allow us to move forward to rehabilitate the major steel supporting beams, repair and or replace of the crib belt, parapet, and building components, and probably repainting security, solar, electrical supply, water quality. It is a significant project, a significant endeavor that we believe will make the facility like new for the next 30 years. And given the weather conditions that it's regularly subject to, the estimated cost is $16 million for approximately 3 years to complete. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. I was fortunate to have a trip out to the crib, but it was too choppy to get out into it, but heard the story of the crib on the way out and some of the history. Just an amazing feat of engineering. So I'm happy to preserve this. Chairman Casey, this has been recommended for approval. Do you have anything further on 732?
No, recommended for passage. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Matt Zone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's not lost on me at this point. I fully supported the legislation. It's not lost on me about the relevancy of the crib and its relationship with Garrett Morgan. We've just completed the new high school at West 45th in Detroit, which is named Garrett Morgan High School. And so anytime there's an opportunity to celebrate him and the amazing work and supplying clean water for over 150 years to our citizens of Cleveland, let's find a way to do it, but fully supportive of this piece of legislation.
Thank you, Councilman Zone. Anything further on 73220? Seeing no hands, ordinance number 73220 stands approved. Ordinance number 75020, Councilmembers Casey and Kelly by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing Director of Public Utilities to enter into one-more contracts without competitive bidding with Hawk Company for labor, materials, and services necessary to calibrate, maintain, and repair laboratory and inline processing equipment that is used to test drinking water manufactured by the Hawk Company, including replacement equipment and parts for the Division of Water, Department of Public Utilities, for a term of 2 years. Director, I've read this company enough time, and I used to say Hatch. It is Hawk, right?
Hawk, correct.
Thank you.
Yes, we are all familiar with Hawk. The Division of Water conducts various analyses of water during the treatment process, the results of which have to be submitted to the Ohio EPA for certification. Specifically, we monitor turbidity, free and total chlorine concentrations, fluoride concentrations, and particle size distribution. Ohio EPA requires that CWD ensure and document that the equipment provides accurate determinations. EPA also requires that the instrumentation be maintained and serviced by Hawk. So this is proprietary direct award in the anticipated amount of $449,000 for 2 years.
Right, thank you. Assistant Director Kane, you touched on that in your last statement, but just because we rarely award contracts without competitive bidding, can you state the reason that we are going to legislate an award to Hawk without competitive bidding?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. And certainly Commissioner Margavicius could give greater detail, but all of our instrumentation is, well, not all of it, but the vast majority is manufactured by Hawk, which means that they would have to verify the instrumentation and the data that it produces. Therefore, when we turn it into the Ohio EPA, they need to know that it's certified by Hawk and that all of the equipment is properly calibrated, updated, upkeep is maintained, and that's what this contract would allow.
Thank you. And this ordinance number 750 has been heard and recommended for approval. Chairman Casey, anything further on 750?
No, it was heard, duly vetted, and we recommend it for passage.
Thank you. Is there anything further? Does anybody have any further questions on 75020? Seeing no hands, ordinance number 75020 stands approved. Ordinance number 75420, Councilmembers Casey and Kelly by departmental request, an emergency ordinance determining the method of making the public improvement of renewing, repairing, and replacing various water mains in 2021 and 2022, and authorizing Director of Public Utilities to enter into one or more public improvement contracts for the making of the improvement. Assistant Director.
Thank you, Chairman. This is our every 2-year request. Sorry, I'm at a loss to replace the water mains. Our water main replacement program, Council's notified every January of the analysis that Cleveland Water does and has identified the streets to be for the water mains replaced. On average, we do about $5 million a year and have for a number of years. As all of us know, the average age of our water mains in the Division of Water is 67 years, with several over 100 years old. And we regularly monitor and inspect and try to identify those which are more susceptible to breaks and failures. And that's when we use this contract to get out there and fix it. Thank you, Chairman.
Right, thank you. The water main replacement program is tremendously important to maintain the system. This has been heard and recommended for passage. Chairman Case, is there anything additional on 754?
Duly vetted, recommended for passage.
Thank you. Councilman Blaine Griffin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The only question that I had is that I know that there's a lot of conversation about lead possibly being in some of these pipes with the replacement pipes that you are putting in place. Is there a certain type of pipe that you have that, or do you have a priority to try to replace some of the lead pipes that you have?
There certainly is a certain type, and I will let Commissioner Margavicius get into the details if the chairman would allow.
Thank you. Commissioner?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Councilman. So the water mains themselves, excuse me, the 8-inch, 6-inch, 12-inch that are up and down every street, those old mains are made out of cast iron. So there's no lead exposure there. Where you get the lead is the service connection, which runs from the water main to into each individual home. And there is a legacy and a lot of lead that's out there. Especially since Flint, Michigan, with the heightened concern, that now helps us prioritize where we do go. If two candidates are equal, the one where we're replacing more lead connections is a higher priority. So as part of main replacement program, we're probably removing a couple thousand lead service lines a year as part of the program to remove lead lines. So when we replace the water main, we replace the service connection, the city portion of it, from the water main all the way up to the tree lawn, to the curb stop, if you will. And that's where we're seeing the lead. So we are removing lead as part of the main replacement process.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions? 754. Hearing none, ordinance number 754 stands. 754.
President, I believe Councilman Hairston.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's fine. I'll get with the commissioner.
Okay, sorry about that. Missed my text. Ordinance number 79220.
79220. Thank you, Chairman.
I'm sorry. 79220, council members Casey and Kelly by departmental request, an emergency ordinance authorizing Director of Public Utilities to enter into one or more contracts with Motorola Solutions, Inc. for professional services necessary to provide the update to the microwave system, proprietary equipment, and for the maintenance and service of hardware and software for the Office of Radio Communication, Department of Public Utilities for a period of 4 years. Director.
Thank you, Chairman. DPU is looking for authority to purchase the update to the microwave system for this proprietary equipment through Motorola. We'll utilize a direct award to provide the necessary maintenance and service of the equipment. Radio Communications has utilized Motorola microwave equipment and maintenance for more than 10 years. And it does support the citywide radio system. They're the authorized sole source provider for maintaining their equipment. There's no other authorized dealer available to provide service maintenance due to the proprietary diagnostic software covered by patents and copyrights included in this system. And it is an anticipated cost over the 4 years of $1.5 million to completely upgrade the system. I believe Chief Lasik is on the call, and or the Office of Radio Communications, Brad Hankey.
Okay, and the Motorola system, it's what we currently use, it's proprietary, and we believe that this is the direction to be for the next 4 years.
That's correct, and the necessary upgrades that are outlined on the executive summary will allow for more reliability and actually more services with the, I just missed it, 13 sites and equipment support OC3. That includes 11 sites with microwave radio replacement.
Okay. And this has been heard and approved. Councilman Chairman Casey, anything further on 792?
No, Mr. President, it was duly vetted and we recommend it for passage.
Thank you. If there are no further questions or comments, ordinance number 79220 stands approved. Ordinance number 81020, council members Casey and Kelly by departmental request, an emergency ordinance authorizing Director of Public Utilities to enter into an amendment to contract number PS 2020-48 with CHN Housing Partners to provide services under a water crisis assistance program. Assistant Director.
Thank you, Chairman. Council previously authorized the Director of the Department of Public Utilities to establish affordability programs to provide assistance to eligible low-income customers. This is a new program to our existing. It's called the Water Crisis Assistance Program, whose intent is to offer a reduction of 40% for the water bill for residential customers who have been qualified to receive assistance through the federally funded HEAP program. Our HEAP program is currently managed by CHN, which again, I believe council is familiar with. CHN, currently we have about 3,100 customers in the affordability program through CHN, which is why we're looking for the direct award to CHN to manage this new program for water crisis assistance. Anticipated cost is $200,000. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. And this is a new program in addition to what we currently do?
That's correct. And the full, and we had a full discussion of it in the Public Utilities Committee, all of the requirements and things, and we will get a full flyer or postcard to council once we iron out the details. It's just been tough, especially CHN is really busy right now, managing a number of different affordability and CARES funding programs, not only in the city of Cleveland, but in our region. But once we have those ironed out, the director will be in touch with each council member directly.
Thank you. Chairman Kays, anything further on 81020?
No, Mr. President, it was duly vetted. We recommend it for passage.
Thank you. To nothing further, ordinance number 81020 stands approved. Ordinance number 82020. Councilmembers Casey and Kelly by departmental request an emergency ordinance authorizing the Director of Public Utilities to enter into an agreement with the Northeast Ohio Regional Sewer District for the treatment and disposal of water plant sludge generated by the Morgan, Baldwin, and Nottingham water treatment plants for the Division of Water Department of Public Utilities. Director?
Thank you, Chairman. Since 1987, the Cleveland Division of Water is contracted with the Northeast Ohio Regional Sewer District to handle the sludge or the byproduct of our water treatment process. That is tremendously expensive, historically between $8 and $9 million per year. In an interest of reducing expenses, Cleveland examined several different options for solids handling, including installing sludge thickening equipment and then landfilling its solids. Long story short, we went back to the table with the sewer district, hammered out a new contract, which would save us about $2 million, sets new rates, sets terms for inflationary escalation, and modifies existing discharge limitations. It is anticipated, like I said, a $2 million savings. It is an indefinite term with 5-year notice to by either party. This received a lot of attention at Public Utilities and deservedly so, but this gives, it protects us just as much as it protects the sewer district. Again, in that analyzing ways to save money, one of it was to build our own treatment plant, which in discussions would be tremendously expensive, which is why it was in the best interest of both parties to enter into this contract, but also would take at least 5 years to do. So it protects us just as much as it protects the sewer district. It's mutually beneficial, and we save $2 million a year on average. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councilman Kays, anything further on 82020?
Yeah, Mr. President. This was a discussion that was had at DPU and prior to passage. I'm not a fan of long-term contracts that we're dealing with in DPU, especially with CPP. However, I do want to make it very clear to everybody that this is an indefinite contract with the 5-year out option. And I think AD Kane explained it thoroughly. But I just wanted to make sure that everybody knows that this is an indefinite contract, and either side can opt out, with the 5-year notice, which would give plenty of time for us to deal with the issue of removing the sludge from the water. But I'm not a fan of indefinite contracts or long-term contracts, but this one makes sense. But I just wanted to let all my colleagues know prior to voting on it that we're voting on an indefinite contract. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Anything further on 82020? Seeing no hands, ordinance number 82020 stands approved. I believe that's all of Public Utilities. Is that correct, Assistant Director?
Yes, that's correct, Chairman. Thank you.
Councilman Plenzik, did you have a question?
Chairman, I do have a question and miscellaneous as well to the acting director. I'm still in receipt of phone calls and emails, as I'm looking at right now, from irate customers of Cleveland Public Power with regard to the outage that took place on Sunday as a result of the storm. And we all know how severe the storm was. There's no doubt about that. But many of these folks were without power for in excess of 24 hours. The biggest complaint as I'm looking at these has been the inability to get through on the phone system. and just the frustration of dealing with that, of not being able to get any direction, any indication as to when power will be restored. And I found myself, Mr. Chairman, and my colleagues, I found that I had to then get those phone calls, and I was glad to get them to assist. Then I had to email them in to find out, well, Councilman, we didn't know this power was out. Well, you didn't know it was out because people could not get through on the system. I'm saying to the acting director, this is not the first time, and not whether it be my ward or whatever the case may be, other words, where we've had these outages, but this reoccurring problem with not being able to get through is so frustrating to citizens that it has made them angry. And I'm looking at the tone of these emails. I mean, they are just, they're madder than hell about not being able to get through to express their dilemma that their family's in.
Why don't we take a breath and let the councilman, let the assistant director respond?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman, to the councilman, and certainly we appreciate every customer's frustration. Obviously, it was all hands on deck, and CPP, every single employee and person worked very hard these last 3 days to get people up and running. The call center is something that we always keep an eye on. It's different than water or at WPC, right? When an outage affects a large number of people call at that instant. So unless we outsource it and have some call center like other utilities do, the big issue, all of the automation that we have put in and asks people, to use the other reporting mechanisms, they don't. They want to talk to a person, and we completely understand that because it's frustrating, it's scary, it gets dark and it gets cold, and we appreciate that. But when there's things like we're trying to handle the emergencies first, and they did a great job getting the feeders back up by midnight on Sunday. Then it was the scattered, a couple of significant poles, and all of us know the number of trees, which takes coordination between multiple departments. But we are taking a look at our call center, our trouble call center, and what could we have done, knowing that the winds were what we anticipated to be upwards of 40 miles an hour, turned out to be upwards of 70 miles an hour at Cleveland Hopkins Airport. So what could we have done earlier from a call center standpoint? Operationally, as council's well aware, you guys, we did a deep dive for 2 months and multiple hearings. You know how many people we have in what different departments and divisions, and we welcomed the opportunity to show what CPP has and what we can do. In this instance, we need to do better, and we recognize that.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Acting Director, for that response. We've got to do better. Again, just people they're frustrated. I'm looking, comments about emergency phone staffing, power outage repair, communications to the public, emergency response strategies and preparedness. This is coming from residents out of the community. They just want to see, and hear a game plan. So we all know, and again, we know the severity of the storm. No one is disputing that. It's just the response. And I have to say this again, many of the old timers don't use emails. They want to, just what you alluded to, they get on the phone, and when they cannot get through, and that's what was prompting calls to members of city council. That's where I was getting the bulk of my calls, from those folks who didn't have other sources to communicate. They use that phone. So again, I think it's something we've got to really drill down on in this whole issue. So I'm looking forward, as member of the Utilities Committee, working with Councilman Casey and the administration, to figure out a better plan of action here. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, and if I could, Chairman, just really briefly.
You can go briefly, but we have more legislation to go. If you could.
No, thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you. I just wanted to commend Commissioner Perry, Rich Barton, and the team at CPP for, it was really hazardous. It was really dangerous, and they worked really hard. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Griffin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just very briefly, just to follow up on my colleague Mike Polensik's line of questioning, I also have to say that we got to call out CEI. First Energy's response to a lot of this was unacceptable. They, quite frankly, many people lauded CPP. I got more people calling asking me, how can they become CPP customers because of just the total lack of response at times from First Energy. So hopefully working with Chairman Casey, we could look and talk to First Energy about their response. And, I just want to make sure we note that too. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Okay, we're going to move now. We've got various council ordinances and legislation to go, so that will conclude utilities. I want to begin with Resolution 91120. This is by council members Zone, Brancatelli, and Kelly. In your packet, it says Spencer, but we can't really say that just yet. So we're gonna have to be Zone, Brancatelli, Kelly by departmental request. Emergency resolution adopting an assessment equalization board to hear objections to estimated assessments with respect to continuation expansion of the Gordon Square Arts District, Cleveland Improvement District, and the new plan for the public service for the district, and declaring an emergency. So Councilman Zone, if you want to address Resolution 91120, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the third, and there will be one more piece of legislation that will come after that. But the Gordon Square Arts District established a special improvement district over a decade ago. We are moving towards our third renewal of the special improvement district. Interesting, each time we seek renewal, we increase the amount of members who were participating in it, and it's enthusiastically supported by the community. And I ask my colleagues to support this piece of this resolution.
Thank you, Councilman Zone. Any objection to Resolution 91120? Without objection, 91120 will be considered by the full council later this afternoon. Resolution 89220, Councilmember McCormick, an emergency resolution approving the recommendation of the Operations Committee of the hiring of certain employees by Cleveland City Council. As you know, we have to approve our staff. This was heard and recommended. Councilman McCormick on Resolution 892.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the operations ordinance that I believe has 7 executive assistants and then 2 staff members, one being our chief financial officer, as well as policy analyst on City Council. This was heard by the Operations Committee and recommended for approval.
Great, thank you. Without objection, Resolution 89220 will be considered by the full council later this afternoon. Ordinance number 89920, Councilmember Kelly. An emergency ordinance authorizing the Cleveland City Council and other City of Cleveland public bodies to hold, conduct, and attend meetings and hearings by teleconference, video conference, or any other similar technology for as long as the mayor's civil emergency proclamation continues in effect. We need to have this because the states, I assume they're going to renew it, but technically expires at the end of this year. So we need to just keep our authority going to have these types of meetings. Any comments or objections to 89920? Ordinance number 89920 will be considered by the full council later this afternoon. And then Resolution 893 is just setting the date of the next meeting. That objection. Ordinance number 84120, Councilmember. Ordinance number 84120, Councilmember Kelly, an emergency ordinance authorizing the clerk, and the next 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are our council vendor contracts. Ordinance number 84120, Councilmember Kelly, an emergency ordinance authorizing the clerk of council to enter agreement with Batchelor Company for professional strategic government affairs consulting services for Cleveland City Council. Questions, comments on 84120? Hearing none, 84120 stands approved. Ordinance number 84220, Councilmember Kelly, an emergency ordinance authorizing council president to enter into agreement with Cobalt Group, Inc. to provide professional and project management services for the clerk of council. Questions, comments on 84220? Seeing no hands, 84220 stands approved. Ordinance number 84920, Councilmember Kelly, an emergency ordinance authorizing the clerk of council to enter into an agreement with Meta Marketing LLC for professional services necessary to assist the city of Cleveland, to assist Cleveland City Council with communications and government relations. This is Marion Sharkey's contract, 849. 849 stands approved. Ordinance number 85020, Councilmember Kelly, an emergency ordinance authorizing the clerk of council to enter into an agreement with On Technology Partners for the professional services necessary to advise and assist in the maintenance and performance of computer technology projects and to provide specific computer technology services for the city of Cleveland. Councilman Mike Polensek.
No, not on this one. Thank you.
Ordinance number 85220, Councilmember Kelly, an emergency ordinance authorizing the clerk to enter into an agreement with Project Group for professional assistance in investigating utility-related matters pertaining to the divisions of Cleveland Public Power, Water, and Water Pollution Control for Cleveland City Council. Seeing no hands, this stands approved. And please know that our contract manager, every time we vet these, we seek bids. All the bids are received, ranked, and put in order. So these are contracts that we've been managing for some time. This concludes our legislative agenda. Unless anybody from the clerk's office tells me I missed something, which I don't think I did. This will conclude our legislative agenda. It is 1:04 right now. Since it's been a long morning, why don't we come back at 1:30 for the council meeting? So keep this screen up, turn your microphone, your video off, but let's keep the screen up. 1:30, we will sign back on. So we're adjourned. Thank you.
Stop. Get out. Thank you, Lord.
All right.
Where's Slight is there? Eight. We have eight. There's Jenny's mom. Oh my God, Jenny looks just like her.
Here I am.
Right. Let's see, what is our number right now?
7, 9.
9. All right, let's wait 1 minute and then we'll start. I've got 1:31 on my clock.
This is what. Great. McCormick. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We have 10.
Hi, everyone.
Hey.
8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, you got it. We're 12. We're 12.
Hey, Florence.
Hi, Matt. How are you? Oh, how are you? This is kind of a big day for you. I mean, it's a tough day, Matt, for you. These were near and dear to your heart.
Okay, somebody has to count for me.
That's not a tough day for Matt. He's getting his sentence commuted.
Great day.
New things. Really important.
All right, I've got 1:32 on my clock, so I'd like to get started. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Kelly.
Present.
Present.
Bishop.
Here.
Brancatelli.
Present.
Cleveland.
Present.
Conwell.
Here.
Griffin.
Present.
Hairston. Johnson.
Here.
Bashir Jones. Joe Jones. Casey.
Present.
McCormack.
Present.
Mooney.
Here.
Palencic. Santana.
Present.
Slight.
Present.
Zone.
Present.
You have a quorum, Mr. President.
Should have said here.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Will everybody please pause for a moment of silence followed by the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, calling to order the council meeting of Wednesday, November 18th, 2020. This council meeting is being held during the COVID-19 emergency declaration and is being conducted as a virtual meeting in accordance with Ohio's open meeting laws as amended by Sub-House Bill 197. Council Rule 49 requiring the attendance of the mayor and directors of departments at council meetings is waived for this and other virtual council meetings held under amended Sub-House Bill 197. In compliance with the charter and rules of council, a copy of all legislation to be heard during this council meeting was furnished previous to the meeting to every council member through their council email. It is hereby acknowledged without objection that all members of council have received this legislation. Further, council members must be visibly present for all votes. If you are not present, your vote will not be counted. Madam Clerk, please dispense with the journal.
By Councilmember Slight, that the reading of the minutes of the last meeting be dispensed with the journal approved, seconded by Councilmember McCormack.
Thank you. Communications.
File number 872-2020, November 16, 2020. Dear Clerk Britt, In 2001, I made one of the most difficult and invigorating decisions of my life and decided to run for Cleveland City Council in the neighborhood where I was born and raised. I decided to run because I knew improvements were needed in our community. Nearly 2 decades later, I'm writing to inform you that after 19 years on council, I plan on resigning during the November 18th council meeting. This was a difficult decision to make. I love serving this city and particularly the passionate members who call her home, but I am excited about the next chapter. I'm extremely grateful for my dynamic colleagues, past and present, on Cleveland City Council, as well as the relationships with city administrators who have been working to support a more equitable Cleveland. I believe shared public endeavors strengthen us as nothing else can. A legislative body functions best when there is a sacrifice of individual gain for collective good, when we are forged into better versions of ourselves. You have heard me say often that the institution of council is bigger than any individual member. I truly believe this. Our strength grows through working together instead of simply acting for ourselves. So please continue to create positive change for our city. It has been my privilege and honor to serve as a member of council. It is the job of a lifetime, and I am thankful every day I was able to do it. I've always approached the work with full dedication and truly believe that my time on council will be more thoughtful, creative, and responsible approach for city government. To accomplish this locally, I've always engaged our city's residents with an inspiring plan and made informed decisions that are based on evidence, community consultation, and the merits of arguments rather than a particular ideology. As a long-held council tradition, I will be recommending Jenny Spencer as my successor. She is a long-standing Detroit Shoreway resident and has served as managing director of Detroit Shoreway Community Development Organization since 2014. Jenny and I share the same passion and love of the Cadell, Detroit Shoreway, and Edgewater neighborhoods. It has been my sincere pleasure and honor to serve our city. With gratitude, Matt Zone.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councilman Matt Zone, is this true?
Yeah, bittersweet, but it's true.
Well, Councilman, I want to give you an opportunity to make some remarks to the body. This is a very, very big day in the council when somebody with your experience leaves. So just wanted to, at this point, turn the floor over to you, and then I'm going to open up for comments before we continue with business. So this may be the last time I say this, but Councilman Matt Zone, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your leadership over the years, and thank you for giving me an opportunity. I might be a little bit longer than 4 minutes. First, I want to really give my appreciation and thanks to the citizens of the city of Cleveland, particularly the residents of Ward 15. It's been my highest honor in my life to serve our community, to serve our city. The work that we have tackled has been challenging at times. It's challenged us individually. It's challenged us collectively as a body, but it has been very rewarding to make positive change in our community. There's so many people I want to thank, but I want to start first with the policy work and the work that I have become so passionate about. I've over the 19 years have led many policy exercises and sometimes have received the haranguing from my colleagues that those policy exercises sometimes takes years, but being very thoughtful and methodical and engaging not only our colleagues, but the city administration and key stakeholders has led to very productive change within our city. I've been fortunate to lead 2 efforts that created 2 programs that our city has right now, which is the public art program through hearings and testimony, as well as the youth intervention and prevention department. So I'm excited about that. We've also been able to create the city's sustainability program. There's some policy work that's still, I started, that's left unfinished, but we have some good people on council who are going to take that up. I've been spending a little over a year working on a safe leave policy that will give job protection status to victims of domestic violence, child abuse, sex abuse. I want to thank Councilman Bishop, Chairman Bishop, as well as Councilwoman Jasmine Santana, who's agreed to take up that cause and continue that fine work and make sure that we create a policy, a safe leave policy for our city. For over a year, I've been working on an environmental justice cumulative impact ordinance, and I'm delighted that Councilman Brancatelli, as well as Councilman Griffin, are going to take that effort up and get that across the finish line. And then just last piece of unfinished policy work has been the work on Vision Zero. And I'm thankful, Mr. Chairman, that you've become involved in that. Thank you, Council President Kelly, as well as Councilman McCormick, who's going to be the new co-chair of the task force. And I'm confident with the two of you working on Vision Zero, it's going to yield some really productive work for our city. You know, there are three dates that I think about often. January 25th, 2010, May 6, 2013, and November 22nd, 2014. January 25th, 2010 was it was a cold January day. I was leaving City Hall and I saw a huge plume of smoke in the distance as I was driving home. There was a gas explosion on West 83rd Street that 57 homes sustained damage, leveled an apartment building and 2 homes. And I never saw a stronger example of how community came together to help its fellow brothers and sisters and neighbors. And it's a day I will never forget. May 6, 2013, many of you were helpful in helping ease. That is the anniversary of when 3 courageous angels, Gina DeJesus, Michelle Knight, and Amanda Berry, were released from that prisoner's home. Working with my colleagues, we created the Cleveland Courage Fund. We raised over $1.5 million for those 3 women to help them integrate back into society. Gina DeJesus's parents were my constituents. And I can tell you, over the 10 years she was captive, I probably went on close to a half a dozen walks, flyering houses, talking to people. Have you seen this young lady? And her parents never gave up hope on that they would be reunited with their daughter. And they gave me hope and to continue on the work that we're doing. And November 22nd, 2014 was a joyous day for me. And it was a horrible day as well. It was a joyous day because earlier in the day, I found out I was just elected to be the president of the National League of Cities. And about an hour after I received that news, I got a call from Chief Calvin Williams saying that there was a young man who was killed at one of our parks, and that was Tamir Rice. And during that time, our city has endured a lot of heartache and pain. And I'm really proud of the work that our council did soon thereafter, just weeks after that incident. Our council was out in the community. We held listening tours. It was the first time that a committee of the council went out to really hear what the community had to say and how they wanted to make sure that we had better policing in our city. Those are just some of the things that stick with me. And so I think about those. I will always think about those, particularly on those anniversary dates. I do want to just say a few thank yous and acknowledgements. I want to acknowledge, first of all, start with my amazing executive assistants and staff that I've had in my office. I want to acknowledge Blanca Salva, who's been by my side for 17 of the 19 years. A lot of firsts has happened. You know, Blanca was the very first Latina executive assistant in the history of our city council. It's pretty shocking to think that in 2004, she was the very first. And I'm glad to now that we have a Latina on council and Councilwoman Santana. But Blanca has been my steady, loyal assistant for a long time. But I also want to acknowledge Sue Murphy, Copelia Costa, and Maggie Melendez, who all worked as short stints as executive assistants. I had amazing staff, council staff, Emily Cherney, Jasmine Hardman, and now Heather Lazar, who've all worked for me and has done remarkable work. I want to thank them for their contribution for the residents of Ward 15. We are blessed on City Council to have some amazing staff. Our staff couldn't be kinder and more caring. And too often, we get so busy in the work we do, sometimes we forget to really say thank you and appreciate. So I'm just asking my colleagues in a special way, particularly with this pandemic, think about our clerical pool, our research staff, our policy staff, our legal team. They all work very hard on our behalf. In particular, my policy staff, I've been fortunate to chair 4 different committees during that 19-year. I want to give a special shout out to John James and Joe Tytron, Bob Giacomotes, who's no longer with us, Olivia Ortega, who was just a delight to work with, Cameron Reddick, and Ann Tilley. You all have been tremendous helping to support and work with me in my office. I've had some amazing interns over the years. Matt Lasko, who has gone on to be the Economic Development Director in the city of Sandusky. Now he is the city manager of Huron. He started out as an MCES grad working for then Professor Britt, who got assigned to work with me, and he was just such a delight. Lisette Gomez and Maggie Campbell and Shelley Grayson and Shamanique Nagy all worked in my office and were wonderful and delightful people. And, lastly, I think about my family, my wife, who's, it's ironic. Yesterday was my last full day, Mr. Chairman, as a councilman. And it was also my wife and ours 30th wedding anniversary. And I wouldn't be in politics, but for the strong support of Michelle. And I think about, I'm going to say my son to last. I think about my father and my mother who served this city in a unique way. My dad was first elected to council in 1960, and he served for 14 years. Unfortunately, he passed away at a young age. He's just several years younger than me, of a fatal heart attack, and did a lot of remarkable work on council. And my mom actually succeeded him and served from 1974 to 82. I can't tell you how many times where I've thought about them in decisions that I made. I never wanted for once to tarnish our family's reputation or the legacy that they left. And looking back on the history of the city of Cleveland, the last 60 years, 45 of the last 60 years was either my dad, my mom, or myself serving on council, making decisions on behalf of the citizens. So I consider it a high honor. I leave all of you with another public servant, a young man who's got his degree from Kent State, who's doing remarkable work on our police department. And public service has been in my family's blood. I didn't run for this job because I thought one day I would become, mayor or run for higher office. I wanted to run for city council because I wanted to make a difference in the community where I was born and raised. I know our community is in good hands because Jenny shares all those values that I share. And I love and respect each and every one of you. And I think I need to wrap this up because I'm not going to make it much longer. So thank you for giving me an opportunity to serve you and work with you. I consider you all my friends and colleagues. Thank you.
Councilman, thank you very much. Just outstanding, and just can't say enough. you're going to be tremendously missed. I know we're going to have some remarks. If I can just kind of start, you know, having known Matt for over 20 years, back when we were working on various campaigns or issues back in the day, he's one of the first people I met in politics. And, you know, we've been friends since. But if we fast forward to the time that we have been on council, and the time I've been on council, you know, we all should ask ourselves a question, you know, what are we going to be remembered for? You know, what is it that we've contributed to this community for the privilege of serving? And I look at the neighborhood that Matt represents. And, you know, being a West Sider, I've been through it a lot. And I remember when I was a social worker and we had a homeless situation and we just could not find housing for somebody. You grab $1.20 out of petty cash and went to the old Detroiter Hotel, which was behind Matt's former ward office. And that was just, there was not a lot going in Detroit Shoreway. You know, when I first graduated from college and was working on the West Side, it was not the community that it is. I look at it today and it's transformed. When I ride my bike to Edgewater, I ride through the neighborhoods. I used to be afraid to go through those little tunnels. It is what has happened to the Detroit Shore neighborhood is transformational. Matt kindly left a lot of work for Jenny to finish and to continue, but it's really just been transformational. And I just did just reflecting on this moment before last night and this morning. I just jotted down a few things without going through the city record, without doing a lot of the, you know, looking for like a story. What comes to my mind about Matt Zone? Well, I remember when I was first on council, I got a pretty good education in terms of how do you make projects happen. And this was when they were assembling the final properties for Detroit Shoreway. And I remember there was an attorney there. There was one building that was like problematic. There was like one more building to complete the site consolidation of the sites. So they sent their attorney, and this attorney was arguing against moving forward with the project. And she was, and her argument was that there wasn't notice and they didn't follow the proper procedures. Well, I saw Matt go to his notebook and just whip out, like, okay, well, I made these calls here. Here's the day I visited. Did anybody answer? Why don't you call me back? Here's my phone log. And I was like, oh, I wouldn't want to be this attorney right now. So fast forward, Matt shredded this attorney. The project got done. And if you look at this development, it is beautiful. It is magnificent. It represents investment. And it shows what it takes to get stuff done, that these things don't just happen. These projects are hard work. And what I was talking about earlier, the transformation of the Detroit Shoreway, it's examples like this. It's examples like going to the parcel level, making sure you assemble the land and get it done. And, you know, when Matt wanted to get something done, I wouldn't want to be on the other side of it. If I was one of those property owners, I was happy to sit back and watch him do the work that he did to really move the community forward. But I think about a lot of other things. Sustainability is something that I absolutely associate with Matt Zone, just the concept, and not just the concept both globally, but also locally, is, you know, what is Cleveland doing for sustainability? I remember when he was first lobbying to create the sustainability position and when it was in Department of Public Utilities. I remember Matt doing the anti-idling. I associate him with public art. And he mentioned this, but I want to just really double down on the concept of the listening tours. Our city was in a very bad place. If you think of how things were now during the time period that followed the tragedies of Tamir Rice, and there was several other incidents around the time. I remember Matt just coming up with the idea, let's do listening tours. Let's just go and not talk. Let's just listen. And I believe that act took a lot of the, dialed things down in the community quite a bit. And I think that we were visible, we're on the front lines, and it coincided with the consent decree. But I think that is one of Matt's, even though it's done, but that is, to me, that's a great part of his legacy. Public art, I can't divorce public art, Matt Zone, in in my head. And finally, Vision Zero. And, if you think about it, Vision Zero is a great example of something, it's a condition that exists that it would be easy to just accept. Well, this is just the way it is. People die. If you want the luxury of getting on the road in this modern transportation system, people are going to die. Well, it doesn't have to be that way. There's things that policymakers can do. There's things individuals can do. So this is my short list of things that I didn't even have to try. I just sat back for a couple minutes and reflected on the contributions that Matt Zone has made to the city of Cleveland. I started with my basic observations when I was a social worker on the west side and just a broad view. And I tell you, that council meeting where he was pushing through, I was just on council, was very new to council, was pushing through Battery Park. I don't know if the meetings were taped right then, but every new council person should watch that in terms of this is what you got to do. This is what needs to happen to make projects happen. So, Matt, I know where you're going. You can't go far, but if ever for a second, you think that, there's a lot of work and sometimes we all feel underappreciated, please know that I recognize everything that you've done for this city and for your community, and we'll continue to live it when I go to Edgewater, when I visit certain establishments in the ward that you represent in your neighborhood. It's just been great. You're a great model of how council members should represent their communities. So thank you for everything you've done for the city. Councilman Anthony Brancatelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't want to go down the path of mourning Councilman Zone because, as you said, we know where he's going, and they couldn't have picked a better person to lead that organization, who will have a lasting impact not just on the city of Cleveland but on this region. So congratulations! It's just a great opportunity to continue the great work that they've done there and succeeding in Jim Rokakis' shoes. Looking at stuff that we've been working on around our trails, our green space, sustainability, our urban canopy, stuff we're going to be working together on our solar farms and looking at how do we really get less dependent on fossil fuels. And so really looking forward to this partnership continuing. But certainly we'll miss you on council. As I mentioned earlier, looking back to 2005 when I first got on council and having to deal with a police shooting and a tragic incident, and had no idea how to deal with the reaction and what's going to happen and all the pressure coming from the media, and reaching out to you and just having a great voice of reason and someone who can guide me through this process. And I'll never forget that time in 2005. But the many years on, and as you counseled when we were looking at helping the least of us, and I know that's been a big passion of yours. When there was a lot of pressure to start doing more permanent supportive housing, you were the first. You were one that led the championed the effort and said, we can have this in high-end communities as well as low-income housing communities, and took a lot of great guidance. And now we have a couple of permanent supportive housing in our community, and your leadership and guidance on helping get us through that. And as the council president talked about on how to get through community meetings and building support and coalition a number of people from divergent populations to say, we can do this together. And as many committees that I sat on did not saw how the community came together under your leadership, is really a testament to really good leadership skills. And as you talked about as a body of one, you really represented your community quite well. And then looking at areas for those who don't have a voice, like our four-legged friends, I look at the kennel and look at the advocacy around having an animal control officer and more staff. I'm blessed to have neighborhood pets in my neighborhood and have really come to the passion of understanding how important that those are family members. Those are people that are part of people's lives. And especially during COVID, how important it is to have that kind of compassion towards animals and being able to keep those connections together. So I could go on, but more recently, as your neighborhood continued to grow and prosper, as the council president mentioned, you did not forget continuing to champion for equitable housing and making sure people have affordable housing right within some of the best parts of our community. So those live long with us as we continue to do our jobs, and you've been a great inspiration to many of us. So thank you for all your great work.
Thank you, Councilman Brancatelli. I can't believe I forgot the kennel thing, but I think I must have like blocked it out of my mind because I didn't want like Matt coming and asking for more money for this to finally finish it. But yeah, that's certainly part of his legacy. Councilman Blaine Griffin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Matt, what can I say? Zoni, I call him Zoni. That's my guy. One of the smartest, hardest working individuals that I know. We also started out working in politics together, just grassroots, getting to know this guy. We were a lot younger when we first started in this business, but we've aged together. I could just tell you that he is one of the brightest, most best policy people that I've ever seen. But, I want to just talk about family and public service. Public service is an honorable profession. While many people line up around the corner and try to just kick politicians in their butt every day, people have no idea to understand what kind of sacrifices you and your family have to make in order to do this business. So I want to commend not only you, but Michelle, as well as your son, as well as the legacy that you leave. And legacy is very important. As we talk about, the famous names in Cleveland, the Rockefellers and the Stokes brothers and all of these different families, the Zone family will also go down in history as some of the best public servants that we've ever seen. Matt has always been sincere. He has always, you guys always mentioned the issues, but he just always had a heart for people. I'm just going to talk about one day when we were on the steps of City Hall, really speaking on a very important issue regarding having better policing in our community, and a hateful group rode by and Matt took off and sprinted across the street. I didn't know he could run that fast. I was hoping he wouldn't pull something as fast as he ran across the street, because he was so upset that somebody would come and try to spew racist rhetoric and do some of the things he was doing, because that's just the kind of passion that he had. He has big shoes to fill. I do know Jenny. Jenny is a great, great selection. And just to show you how sensitive and thoughtful he is, Matt did a landscape analysis and seen it's too much testosterone on this council and we got to have some more women. And he gave us what we needed, which is a very thoughtful, smart, sharp woman. Matt, your whole family is wonderful. It's been an honor to serve with you. And I'm going to try to do this. And please forgive me if I hack it up, but Tiago Emilio Fratello, I wish you well, my brother.
All right. Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Kevin Conwell.
Matt, you almost had me in tears, man. You, Councilwoman Scott, and I came on here together. We were the three amigos, man. All right, Matt and I and Councilwoman Scott, we had a lot of fun together, boy. We would sit and talk, and Matt is one of the reasons why I went bald, because he looked back at me on the airplane once. He said, "I know why you cutting your hair back more." I said, "Why, Zone?" He said, "Because you're getting grayer and grayer and balder, man." And we just crack up laughing, man. That guy you can have a lot of fun with. He look right now, when you see him, he look nerdy looking, but he's not. He's not. Matt, you are a man, I watched you, of honesty, credibility, and integrity. And you take that character with you everywhere you go. You're a good father. I see you with your son. Because you remember we played basketball in the middle of the rotunda, man, with you and your son, and you bought the shirts. It was diversity through hoops. And we won a national award, Mr. President, doing that, because we were pushing having the racists work all together for the good of the whole. And we're pushing that, as well as females and all of that. And Ms. Lewis scored on you, Matt. She scored on you, right down in the rotunda, man. We turned it to a basketball. We have hoops on both sides, Chairman Griffin, and we play basketball with the son, fathers and families, with the sons together. And man, we just had a great time, Matt. And the character, the honesty, credibility, integrity, you pushed it with fatherhood. You mentioned your wife. You know, the best thing that a father could do for his children is to respect his children, mother, Michelle, and you pushed it out there. And I see it in your eyes, how you watch and you just want to help. And being a good parent, being a good father, you transferred that skill over to being a great council member in your ward. You took that ward, Detroit Shoreway, and you build it up, man. You build it up. And you would always catch me. How did you know when I was in your neighborhood? I would go to your neighborhood to watch you so I could lessons learned. I could learn lessons in the neighborhood, like what you did with the arts and all of that. And now you see my neighborhood is growing and building up. How did you know? How did you know I was in the neighborhood? I would always sneak in your neighborhood watching to find out what you were doing so I could learn and moving forward even in my neighborhood. You remember that, man. You always knew when I was there. I'm glad to call you a friend. We always sit back. We always had good jokes and everything. And here's the other thing in my conclusion. You always put the body first. Always. That comes from being a good father, a good husband, and a good man with high morals and character and honesty, credibility, and integrity. You always push the body first. If something came up, you say, Kevin. Now, you know, we got to move in this direction, that direction, because it's the body is more important than anything, protecting the body and the institution, and you practice it all the time. So I enjoy being your friend. I'll call you and we'll get together, we'll laugh, we'll joke. Man, I'm the last one out of the amigos, man. Thank you very, very much. I don't want to be long because I could go on and on and on. Thank you, National League. Oh, you know what? Here's another thing. Zone, when he first got to the National League of Cities, here's an untold story. He joined NBC Leo. Isn't that true, Zone? Here when he got in the mix, he was the only white guy there helping out, doing African American issues and concerns. It was national. He was there on the floor and he joined NBC Leo, the National Black Local Elected Officials. Isn't that true? Right along with me, and this was back in 2002. So Matt, I thank you very much. Don't get me crying, man. Don't get me crying. I gotta go. Take care. Goodbye.
All right. Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Kerry McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I've had the opportunity to say a few words about Councilman Zone over the past couple of weeks in the various committees we sit on. And so, but no, I mean, you know, there's been a really good highlight of the policy that Matt's passionate about and the issues that he's passionate about. But I think one of the most fundamental things that I've learned about public service is how you come to the table. And, you know, there are folks that unfortunately sometimes don't come to the table with altruistic or good intentions. But you can always tell the folks that come to the table for the right reason and stick to it after decades of service on city council. I think to me that is most demonstrated, and this is coming from as a former and current community organizer, of seeing how Matt interacts in the community. And I think that's where you most see that after 20 years in office, he's never lost that close and tight connection with the community that he represents. And the reason is because he loves what he does. He loves what he does. He loves his community. He's coming at it for the right reasons, and that shows. You can't look. Matt knows it exactly, very well when I say our communities are passionate. Our communities are passionate. They are activists. They speak up when they, feel that they need to. And if you come with anything other than your honest self or your passionate self, they'll eat you alive. And so I think that, and I say that in a great way. We're blessed to have communities that are that way. And so one of the things that I reflect back on, and I just love remembering, is watching Matt interact with our community, watching Matt talk to folks in the community, whether it was a controversial issue or a senior that needed help. The real concern for the issue, the genuine concern that Matt has and had and will continue to have for the well-being of the community just came out. It was apparent in the way he interacted with people in neighborhood meetings, in community meetings. He could also put someone in their place if they needed it, and it happens sometimes, but also do so in a way that commanded respect, which for me was really great to see and to learn from. So again, he's got a laundry list of accomplishments, but I think that, above all, the fact that he got into this for the right reasons, and after 2 decades, never missed a step or a beat in why he got into it, why he was there, and always stayed close to the community that he represents. And to me, you can't ask for more. And when you have a basis of goodwill, when you have a basis of coming to the table for the right reasons, for altruistic reasons, from that level on, you can really get a lot of great things done, things that people really care about. And I think that has been a big part of the story of Matt Zone has been, he's always stayed rooted and based in the community, and rooted and based in always thinking first and foremost, what's the best thing for our community? And it's been exciting to see that and to learn from that. Matt and I, being neighboring wards, we're in a lot of the same meetings, and we're on a lot of the same issues we share. And it's really been a blessing for me to be able to learn from him and see him as a mentor to me. And again, to really see that even in really tough times, when you are so fundamentally rooted in good reason, when you're so fundamentally rooted in the community, when you so in your soul care about the work that you're doing in your community, it shows. Other people notice it and other people learn from it. So I just want to thank Matt for being there for me, and I know for a lot of others in our community. And again, for waking up every single morning with approaching his work to strengthen the community. And that's always been his motivation. So I have no doubt that he'll take that on to the next opportunity. Matt also, helped me navigate National League of Cities, snuck me into a meeting with Betsy DeVos, which I don't know if I just outed you, Matt, if I wasn't supposed to do that. But I appreciate your mentorship, not only on council, but also in the National League of Cities. And again, just mad respect to someone through many, many years, just sticks to the same core principles of public service for your community. It's no surprise looking at, the stock you came from, but it's a blessing that the city, we've had you as a leader. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilman McCormick. Councilman Brian Casey.
Thank you, Mr. President. A lot of people don't know this. I mean, I'm not an overly emotional guy. And I kind of always usually wear my feelings on my sleeve. So part of this is going to be easy for me, and part of it's going to be a little bit emotional, because I may be the only guy on council here that knew Matt on a personal basis before we got to know him professionally. And in 2000, I was an employee at juvenile court, and at the time, whether I should admit it or not, but there was the biggest NCAA basketball pool in the court's history, and there was over $1,000 on the line. And there was rumors, back then, as some of you know, I grew up in Ward 15, lived there for 45 years of my life before 2015. So I was an integral part of that whole neighborhood down there for many, many years. But anyways, I was in the 2000 NCAA basketball pool, and there was some rumors floating around that I may have an interest in running for council way back in 2000 when Tim Molina was still the councilman back then. And I get this call down at juvenile court to report to Judge John Gallagher's, the late John Gallagher's courtroom. And I go up there, and Judge Gallagher's personal bailiff at the time was a lady by the name of Marge Harkness. And Marge pulls me into Councilman Gallagher's chambers and says, "Listen, Brian, I love you. We love you. Da 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 da." She says, "We know that you're considering running for council, but you've got to give this guy Matt Sohn an opportunity to talk to you before you decide to pull the trigger on anything." So I say to Marge, I'm like, "I didn't know the guy, whatever, you know, we're going on and on and on." I said, "Here's my cell phone. Have him give me a call." So we're in the midst of the tournament, April 3rd, 2000. I'm in the finals of this NCAA tournament against a guy named Jack Treadway. Michigan State's playing Florida in the finals. And about 20 to 10 at night, my phone rings halfway through the first half of this game. And on the other end of the line is Matt, right? So I've got all this money sitting on the line, and Florida, who I have is playing Michigan State. It's going back and forth. And I pick up the phone. Matt's on the other end of the line. He introduces himself. And all I'm interested in this conversation is the money that's on the line. And about an hour and 10 minutes into the conversation, after Matt's telling me how wonderful a guy he is and how he's, you know, how he grew up in the neighborhood, the game becomes halftime. So I'm thinking to myself, okay, he introduces himself. The game's at halftime. He's got to be wanting to watch the game as well. He continues on, and he continues on, and he continues on. And after the first hour telling me what a wonderful guy he is, he starts getting into the neighborhood. So I start paying attention to the phone conversation we have. So I've got Matt in one ear, and I've got my eyes on the television. I'm getting frustrated because I'm trying to pay attention to the game, and I'm also trying to pay attention to what Matt's telling me on the other end of the line. So I finally say to myself, listen, I got Florida. If Florida wins this game, I've got Matt on the other line. I'm running for council because I figure I just won the NCAA pool, and this is fate. As the game goes on, Matt continues to talk. Michigan State catches up. Michigan State passes Florida. Michigan State wins the NCAA tournament. I lose the pool, and I say to myself, that's fate. I can't run against Matt. I'm going to jump on Matt's team. It's only because Michigan State won that game that I decided to jump on Team Zone. And that was the start of a friendship and a relationship that at times was extremely close. At times we've had, for those of you who don't know, you know, I served as Matt's ward leader for 10 years. We've been through a lot, both professionally and personally. We had a tough situation where we couldn't be on the same side of a situation that we were going through, but we still maintained that friendship that people tend to lose in situations like that. And I've seen a lot with Matt, from taking a bedridden individual out of his bed in Matt's first election, picking this guy up right out of bed, putting him into my van, driving him to the elections just so he could vote for Matt. And here's me and Matt carrying this bedridden guy. And he wasn't a small guy either, bedridden guy, to the polls to vote for Matt. And I said to myself right then and there, I said, if somebody's got the passion to want to vote for somebody like Matt, where we've got to actually lift them out of the bed and get them to the polls. And it's the first time the guy had voted in years. And all he wanted to do was vote for Matt, right? So I kind of said to myself, you know, this is the type of individual that, you know, I want to be an example of when I start serving in some capacity. And I've been down roads with Matt through Weed and Seed, through Our Lady of Mount Carmel, through elections, you know, and everything. And you know, Matt's leaving us with a lot of institutional knowledge that he's taken with him, and I don't know where we can replace it. You know, I've been on council since 2015, and you know, the knowledge that has left this council should make the young people wake up to say, listen, we need to start being the leaders of this council, and we need to use those who came before us as prime examples of how we need to lead as well. And Matt's one of those individuals who has set the path for for leadership going forward. So, I didn't want to get, too upset over this, but Matt's known, I've known him for more than 20 years. He knew me when I only had one kid. And he's watched my kids grow up as well. And now I have 5 now. So, I just wanted to let you know, Matt, that, that I appreciate everything you've taught me, good and bad, through the rocky part and the friendship part as well. And I tend to lean more toward the friendship than the rockiness of everything. But you're a great example for those future individuals who are coming to council. I wish you luck. I already have a project for you to start working on. I need 3 trees that died that we need replanted. So I wish you luck in your new job. And I just wanted to thank you for everything that you've taught me, and I take it to heart, and I will use it in future projects and endeavors that I take on in my life. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Casey. Councilwoman Phyllis Cleveland.
Thank you, Mr. President. That's Matt and I go a long way back. Not to the 2000s, not to the 90s, but actually to the 80s. In fact, 1987. And at that time, Matt was a college student interning with the law department. And I was a law student clerking with the law department. So that's how we met. That's where our friendship began. And it was a fun summer. It was a great summer. You all had more fun than I did because I really had to work. I had to work hard. But my first impression of you, that summer, Matt, was, I was just most impressed with how friendly and down to earth you were. For me, you were the child of celebrities, and I had never met anyone like that. And so I was just really touched that you were my friend, and that we had a good relationship. Over the years, our paths crossed several times. Each time, we would briefly renew a friendship and then move on, to whatever we were moving into. But over the years, I did have the opportunity to watch and pay attention to what you were doing in your various endeavors in the community and in the political circles. And I saw that you steadily moved up and you worked hard and that you related to people. And I took note of that. And I said, this was someone that I knew, and I knew when, and I knew where he came from. And so I wasn't surprised, when I heard that you were elected to Cleveland City Council, almost, elected 20 years ago. And I really feel privileged to have served 15 of those 19 years that you've served here in this body. I won't repeat all of the wonderful things and true things that people have said about you in their previous remarks, but I will echo the sentiments. You've been hardworking, diligent, you've been kind. And personally, I found that you've been a generous friend. You give me opportunities to do some things that I probably wouldn't have, and particularly with National League of Cities. You gave me the opportunity to serve on committees. You wrote a recommendation letter for me when I tried to get a scholarship to attend a summer session, which I actually received. And you gave me an opportunity to be in on the ground floor of REAL, which is the Racial Equity and Leadership Initiative that is booming and thriving now. And when you were president of NLC, you allowed me to serve on a task force on economic mobility, a topic that is near and dear to your heart. So I am grateful for those opportunities, and I appreciate that you thought highly enough of me to allow me to carry on things that were important to you. And Matt, you've been, as everyone says, you've been a really a good model for someone who wants to be a city council person and someone who wants to go into public service. You've been a good model to emulate. The hard work, the research, the grunt work that most people don't see and don't realize that takes place before any of these wonderful things that we do happen. There's a whole lot of unsung, hands dirty, boring, dry work that has to be done first. And you again shown a path for how to get that done, how to get things done in our community. You know, I'm happy for you. You know, I will miss you being a part of the body with me, but I am very happy for you. I'm always happy when someone finds and steps into a dream of theirs. You know, how could I begrudge you that? And I know you'll do a wonderful job, and you know, we'll still be working together. You'll still be serving the cities, the citizens of this community. So congratulations on that opportunity. Thank you for your service as a council person. And thank you for being my friend. And Aquarius rules.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Mike Polensek has raised his hand. Councilman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I would be remiss if I didn't comment on Matt's tenure here at City Council. My first real political engagement with Matt was approximately 20 years ago. I knew him. I knew what the fine stock he came from. Again, I knew his mother, served with his mom, and at various events. He was with her and his sisters and his family. And but it was 20 years ago when there was an effort underway, once again during redistricting, to carve up the neighborhoods, to carve up the wards. And Matt asked to come down and meet with me and with a group, Charlie Butts, former state senator, and a whole group of neighborhood activists came down from the west side to lay out with maps and drawings and diagrams how critical it was to keep west side neighborhoods intact. And having been through redistricting in the past, I know how difficult it could be and how dangerous it could be to neighborhoods, to have neighborhoods divided and dissected and cut up. And Matt implored upon myself, and then as the chair of the body, in light of some colleagues within the body who were advocating to be polite, to dissect some of the west side neighborhoods. Matt implored upon me with his group how essential it was to keep neighborhoods together, to look beyond political issues, to look at the quality of life of neighborhoods, look at institutions, and how important it was to keep things together based on historical perspectives, churches, institutions, the interstate, all the stuff. And I was overly impressed with his approach and the people that he was with. And what it demonstrated to me that it wasn't an issue of politics. It was an issue of his concern for the neighborhood in which he grew up in, which he was raised in, and how he was trying to, regardless of the political realities that we were dealing with, that he wanted to look beyond that and keep things together. I had to go against some members within my own leadership team who were advocating that dissection, and because of what was made very clear to me that we had to do what was right for the residents. And we saw it, and we have seen, unfortunately, how redistricting can devastate neighborhoods. And I believe in this last election, why we have such a poor voter turnout on the east side and many east side neighborhoods has a direct result on some of the redistricting that has taken place in this city. And we'll be contending with that again in the near future. But I wanted to say to Matt that, you know, I could see then, working with him, that he rose above that. It was about the neighborhood. It was about the community. It was protecting the things that everyone worked so hard to support and maintain. So I want to say to him, I want to thank you for looking out for your community, for fighting for the projects and development opportunities that you have undertaken, and you have been a champion for your neighborhood. But I also got to say you've been a champion for the Italian community as well. And even while you're being a champion for the Italian community, you're also looking out and protecting other ethnic, racial, and minority groups in the city of Cleveland. That's very important to be said. So not only do you have a great sense of pride in yourself and in your community, but you've never forgot the fact that we are a Cleveland, we are a city of multiracial groups, ethnic groups, organizations, etc. So you've always looked to try to be the bridge, the connectivity, the glue that holds the various sections of the city together. As I said earlier today, your mom and dad would be very proud of you. You remind me so much of your mother. That was one tough cookie, one tough lady, I can tell you, who cared greatly. And Beth, you know, you've come from great stock, my friend, and you will do well in your new position. Again, I said, I don't know Jenny. You speak very highly of her. I know she's going to do everything she can to carry on your legacy and your dream and your vision for your community. But I want to say to you, my friend, thank you. Thank you for looking beyond political borders. Thank you looking beyond race, nationality, skin color. You've done what you had to do to be the link, to pull things together. But I'll never forget that 20 years ago. And when you sat in that office and spoke very passionately about keeping your community together. And God bless you, my friend. Godspeed. You're going to do well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Plenzik. Councilwoman Jasmine Santana.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Councilman Zone, loved your speech, very heartfelt. I'm not going to repeat everything that my colleagues have already shared. I echo all their wonderful sentiments, but so just a little bit, I don't think you know this, Matt, but I was raised on 54th between Bridge and Franklin, so Ward 14. I do agree with President Kevin Kelly. Nothing like it is today. It was a very blighted neighborhood. But what I loved about it was Michael J. Zone, right? The recreation center. And my best childhood memories was in that recreation center. So at that time growing up, you know, I grew up with like the Zone family being considered as like the royal family, you know, very iconic. And so every time I saw Councilman Zone, it was like seeing a celebrity. And he never noticed me, but I noticed everything he was doing to serve the community. And, you know, much respect to Councilman Zone and all his wisdom, you know, with council and his willingness and his heart to help, you know, the residents of his ward. Secondly, and this is something that is also kind of emotional. In February 2012, my niece was accidentally dragged by a car and she on West 85th. She passed by at the age of 16. I remember leading a vigil and speaking on the microphone. And when I looked back behind me, Matt Zone was there. And I was speechless. Like I didn't even continue my speech because I'm like, here's this celebrity, here's Councilman Matt Zone, not requesting, you know, to be on the microphone, you know, not requesting any attention, no, you know, not wanting the limelight, just being there to support the family and during these tough times. And then it was, you know, it was then that I knew that Councilman Matt Zone was really cared about his constituents and about his families and his ward. And he was so down to earth and he was just a real deal. And so I want to just thank you for that. I never have gotten a chance to share that story with you. So I want to thank you for that and just for your years of service for your residents and everything that you have done for the city of Cleveland, particularly in Detroit Shoreway. You will be missed. And once again, congratulations.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Slife.
Thank you, Mr. President. And, you know, Matt, there's only so much more I could add, but, you know, as I said earlier today, I met you while I was, working in economic development in City Hall on quite a tough project, the development of 117th and Clifton. And, through that process, just your ability to bring neighbors together, hear them out, moderate tough conversations, build a consensus, and be able to really, there were some stumbling blocks along the way with changes in grocery stores, and your ability to successfully see that through was really a master's class for me in, different leadership strategies. And I just want you to know that you very much are a mentor to me. I look forward to working with you. And as you said on my first day on council, slow down when I speak. So I try to take that to heart every time I get the microphone. So thank you so much and wish you the best, and looking forward to working with you more.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Schleif. And I'll say for the last time, Councilman Zone, you are going to be missed. You are loved in this body, and we all wish you nothing but the best. And with that, I have to declare a vacancy in Ward 15.
Wait. Let's get him around.
All right. All right. Okay. So with that, I declare that there is a vacancy in the Ward 15 council seat, and I will now open the floor for nominations. Are there nominations to fill the vacancy in Ward 15? Councilwoman Cleveland? Oh, unmute.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I nominate Jenny Spencer to fill the vacancy created in the council seat in Ward 15.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilman Griffin?
Mr. Chair, I second that nomination for Jenny Spencer.
Thank you. Are there any other nominations? Can I have a motion to close nominations?
Motion to close.
Okay, without objection. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll? And I would like to remind council members to state the name of the nominee for Ward 15.
Kelly.
Jenny Spencer.
Bishop.
Jenny Spencer.
Brancatelli.
Jenny Spencer.
Cleveland.
Jenny Spencer.
Conwell.
Jenny Spencer.
Griffin.
Jenny Spencer.
Hairston.
Jenny Spencer.
Johnson.
Jenny Spencer.
Bashir Jones. Joe Jones. Casey.
Jenny Spencer.
McCormack.
Jenny Spencer.
Mooney.
Jenny Spencer.
Forensic. Oh. Santana.
Unmute all. Unmute, please.
Slight.
Jenny Spencer.
Oh, 14 yeas.
Thank you. Jenny Spencer is elected or nominated to be the council person in Ward 15. At this point, I would ask that we do the administering of the oath, or the oath of office for Cleveland City Council.
I, Jenny Spencer, do solemnly affirm
I, Jenny Spencer, do solemnly affirm
that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the State of Ohio,
the Constitution of the State of Ohio,
and the Chapter and the Charter of the City of Cleveland,
and the Charter of the City of Cleveland,
and that I will faithfully, honestly, and impartially
and that I will faithfully, honestly, and impartially
discharge the duties of the office of
discharge the duties of the office of
Ward 15, member of the council
Ward 15, member of the council
of the city of Cleveland, state of Ohio,
of the city of Cleveland, state of Ohio,
during my continuance in said office.
during my continuance in said office.
Congratulations. You are now a member of council. Welcome.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And Jenny, I'd like to give you an opportunity to address the body and as a new member of Cleveland City Council.
Thank you, everybody, so much. I may have distinguished myself today. I may be the first, and I very much hope and pray that I am the last member of Cleveland City Council to be sworn in via Zoom during a pandemic.
Great.
So, interesting day, but I do have some thank yous to share, and thank you for a few minutes to do so. First, to my husband, Mario Martinez, who is standing behind me here and assisted me with the oath. We have been married almost 13 years, and Mario, it feels like with each year of our marriage, the years are shorter and time goes by faster. Being married to you is a source of great joy and peace for me. Above all, I want to thank Mario for choosing to make his home Cleveland along with me, and for choosing to love Cleveland along with me. Thank you, Mario. To my mom, Flo Worth, thank you for administering the oath of office today. Flo is committed to social justice and she lives by her values. It is absolutely where I get it. She is still recuperating because she just spent the past 5 months in quarantine making calls for Joe Biden and verifying voter registrations. I was raised by my mom knowing that I was unconditionally loved. For those of you who were lucky enough to have that too, you know it is a tremendous source of strength. So thank you, Mom, for loving me right from the beginning and to this day. I want to say hello to my little niece and nephew, Eleanor and Daniel Frudig, and their parents, Andrew and Heather, whom I treasure. They're constituents of Councilman Griffin, and they love being part of the Ward 6 community. Thanks to Cleveland City Council staff for this smooth and thoughtful onboarding. I'd like to thank all the staff, but especially Deputy Clerk Alan Dreyer. I'd also like to thank Council President Kevin Kelly, who made himself available to me throughout this process. I knew I could contact you anytime, Council President Kelly, and that no question was too small. Thank you. I would like to thank the Ward 15 office staff, Executive Assistant Blanca Salva and Ward 15 Advocate Heather Lazar, two strong, smart women. Thank you for your support during this transition, and I can't wait to work with you both. To the residents of Ward 15, I believe my contact information will be up on the Cleveland City Council website effective today. You will be hearing from me, and I would love to hear from you too. I'm proud to serve our diverse, dynamic neighborhoods at home to some of the city's strongest advocates. It's what makes Ward 15 a great place, and you are what makes this job worth doing. To my new council colleagues, thank you for your vote of confidence today and for believing in my desire to work on behalf of residents. I know we are collectively facing serious challenges, a city budget that will be significantly impacted by the pandemic, low voter turnout, indicating that our residents do not believe that their voices are being heard or that they matter, an increase in homicides and a surge in COVID-19 cases. That said, I take meaning in being part of this body and knowing that we will take on these challenges facing Clevelanders together. And finally, to Councilman Matt Zone. I know you took this decision to recommend me very seriously, Matt, because of how much passion and dedication you've brought to your work over the past 19 years. Not only that, 3 members of the Zone family have served on this body. When I first moved to Matt's ward 12 years ago, I remember thinking, wow, that's a dynamic leader. I hope you feel rightfully proud of the impact you've had on Ward 15. Your leadership and clear vision have set the stage for continued revitalization and investment. Matt mentored me in our neighborhood's past and inspired me to see their future. I will be a fierce advocate for Ward 15, Matt. I won't let you down. Thanks to all.
All right. Congratulations. And welcome aboard, and really looking forward to working with Jenny and just having a new element to the team. So this is we're going to miss Matt, but it's just great to have Jenny on board. Okay, with that, Councilman Bishop, did you have a comment, or is your hand up from the nomination process? Okay, say it again.
I said, no, that was just through the nomination process.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, well, at this time, we are going to return to the council agenda, and we're going to go to communications. And I believe somewhere in here, there's going to be some motions and all sponsored by Councilwoman Spencer. So, Madam Clerk, please continue with communication.
File number 870, 2020, oath of office for Michael Wackers, Interim Director of Department of Community Development. File number 871, 2020, from Court Administrator Russell Brown, Municipal Court, notification of grant award for $5,172.50 from Ohio Mental Health and Addiction Services for Cleveland Muni Court Mental Health Specialized Docket Addiction Treatment Programs. File 873, 2020, oath of office for Jenny Spencer, Ward 15, Cleveland City Council member. File number 912, 2020, oath of office for Gary Bartell, Sergeant of Police. File number 913, 2020, oath of office for Stephen Beckner, Lieutenant of Police. File number 914, 2020, oath of office for Kiana Black, Sergeant of Police. File number 915, 2020, oath of office for Brian Kreitz, Sergeant of Police. File number 916, 2020, oath of office for Jamie Cruz II, Sergeant of Police. File number 917, 2020, Jason DeFranco, Captain of Police. File number 918, 2020, oath of office for Lance Henderson, Sergeant of Police. File number 919, 2020, oath of office for Shirley King, Sergeant of Police. File number 920, 2020, oath of office for Joshua Mikolajki, Sergeant of Police. File number 921, 2020, oath of office for Samuel Morris, Sergeant of Police. File number 922, 2020, oath of office for Andrew Pasanti, Sergeant of Police. File number 923, 2020, oath of office for George Roberts, Sergeant of Police. File number 924, 2020, oath of office for Jason Schramm, Lieutenant of Police. File number 925, 2020, oath of office for Ralph Valentino, Lieutenant of Police. File number 926, 2020, oath of office for Matthias Varga, Sergeant of Police. File number 927, 2020, oath of office for Gregory Williams, Sergeant of Police. File number 869, 2020, dedication plat for Scowden Way and Division Avenue between West 53rd and West 44th Streets and surrounding area near the Great Lakes Towing Company at 4500 Division Avenue. From the Ohio Division of Liquor Control, file number 928, 2020, a stock application at 6500 Detroit Avenue, Ward 15. File number 929-2020, new license application at 532 East 185th Street, Ward 8. File number 930-2020, transfer of location application at 8000 Euclid Avenue, Ward 6.
First reading emergency ordinances to be referred for administrative and committee review.
Ordinance 874-2020 by council members Conwell, Johnson, Brancatelli, and Kelly by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing the Director of Public Works to accept a gift from Kaboom of the design and installation of a multi-sport court at Moulton Scoutway Park located at East 115th and Moulton Avenue. Ordinance 875-2020 by council members Johnson and Kelly by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing Director of Public Works to enter into an agreement with the Children's Hunger Alliance to participate in an after-school meal program during the 2021-22 school year at all city recreation centers. Ordinance 876-2020 by council members Johnson and Kelly by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing Director of Public Works to enter into an agreement with the Children's Hunger Alliance to participate in a summer food service program during June through August 2021 at all city recreation centers. Ordinance 877-2020 by council members Polensek, Johnson, Brancatelli, and Kelly by departmental request. An emergency ordinance to amend the title and sections 1, 2, and 4 of Ordinance 699-2019 and to supplement the ordinance by adding new sections 3A, B, and C relating to changing a consent agreement to rehabilitate East 185th from Pawnee Avenue to Lake Erie in the cities of Cleveland and Euclid from the city of Euclid to the Ohio Department of Transportation. Ordinance 878-2020 by Councilmember Kelly by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing Director of Finance on behalf of Cleveland Muni Court to enter into an amendment to a contract with Oriana House to provide additional services for appropriate placement for defendants to be assigned into supervised pretrial release without the sanction of incarceration under the Community Corrections and Supervised Pretrial Release Programs. Ordinance 879-2020 by council members Brancatelli and Kelly by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing Director of City Planning to apply for and accept one or more grants from the Northeast Ohio Area-Wide Coordinating Agency and the Ohio Department of Transportation for the 2021 Transportation for Livable Communities Initiative, authorizing a tri-party agreement with NOACA and Ohio Department of Transportation, authorizing agreements with various entities, accepting cash donations, and authorizing the director to employ one or more professional consultants to implement the grant. Ordinance 880-2020 by council members Johnson and Kelly by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing Director of Public Works to enter into one or more concession agreements for the operation of food and beverage concessions at Gordon Park and Brookside Park for the Department of Public Works. Ordinance 881-2020 by council members Johnson, Brancatelli, and Kelly by departmental request. An emergency ordinance giving consent of the city of Cleveland to the county of Cuyahoga for the resurfacing of Ridge Road from Pearl Road to Flowerdale Avenue, authorizing the Director of Capital Projects to enter into agreements to apply for and accept an allocation of county motor vehicle license tax funds and to cause payment to the county for the city's share of the improvement. Ordinance 882-2020 by council members Spencer, Johnson, Brancatelli, and Kelly by departmental request. An emergency ordinance giving consent of the city of Cleveland to the Director of Transportation of the state of Ohio for resurfacing a portion of Lake Avenue, authorizing Director of Capital Projects to employ one or more professional consultants to design the improvement, to apply for and accept any gifts and grants from any public or private entity, authorizing any relative agreements and causing payment of the city's share to the state for the cost of the improvement. Ordinance 883-2020 by council members Mooney, Spencer, Johnson, and Brancatelli by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing Director of Capital Projects to issue a permit to the Tamir Rice Foundation to construct, install, use, and maintain certain streetscape and landscape improvements that will encroach into the city right-of-way known as the Old West Boulevard alignment between Detroit Avenue and Madison Avenue in the area known as Cadell Commons. Ordinance 884-2020 by council members Bashir, Jones, Johnson, and Brancatelli by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing the Director of Capital Projects to issue a permit to East 66th Street LLC to encroach into the public rights-of-way of Euclid Avenue and East 66th Street by installing, using, and maintaining a building foundation and communication duct bank. Ordinance 885-2020 by council members Brancatelli and Kelly by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing Director of Economic Development to enter into a grant agreement with Manufacturing Works, formerly known as Westside Industrial Retention and Expansion Network, WireNet, or its designee, to provide economic development assistance to partially finance the administration of the Cleveland Industrial Retention Initiative Program. Ordinance 886-2020 by council members Johnson and Kelly by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing Director of Capital Projects to enter into one or more contracts with Michael Baker International for professional services necessary to provide engineering services to continue the pavement management program in 2021 for the Office of Capital Projects. By council members Casey and Kelly by Ordinance 887-2020 by council members Casey and Kelly by departmental request. An emergency ordinance determining the method of making the public improvement of rehabilitating and replacing the West 56th Street area sewer system, which may include but not be limited to sewer replacement and rehabilitation, and installing manholes and catch basins. Authorizing Director of Public Utilities to enter into one or more public improvement contracts for the making of the improvement, and authorizing Director to apply for and accept any loans or grants from any public or private entity, including but not limited to the Northeast Ohio Regional Sewer District for community cost share program funding. Ordinance 888-2020 by council members Griffin, Johnson, Brancatelli, and Kelly by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing the Commissioner of Purchases and Supplies to purchase property for the construction of a new Cleveland Division of Fire Station 26 for the Department of Public Safety. Ordinance 889-2020 by council members Johnson and Kelly by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing the purchase by one or more requirement contracts of carts for the automated waste collection and curbside recycling program for the Division of Waste Collection. Ordinance 890-2020 by councilmember Kelly. An emergency ordinance authorizing the clerk of council to enter into agreement with ThunderTech for the professional services necessary to provide website hosting and website support and maintenance, including Google Maps service to maintain website for Cleveland City Council. Ordinance 891-2020 by councilmember Kelly. An emergency ordinance authorizing the clerk of council to enter into an agreement with Western Reserve Land Conservancy DBA Thriving Communities Institute to provide professional services regarding the Vacant and Abandoned Property Action Council, reforestation, demolition funding, rehabilitation, green space, and property information and code enforcement. Ordinance 895-2020 by councilmember Kelly by departmental request. An emergency ordinance to amend various sections of Ordinance 323-15 as amended relating to compensation for various classifications. Ordinance 896-2020 by council members Casey and Kelly by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing the Director of Public Utilities to enter into, apply, and accept a principal forgiveness water supply revolving loan account loan to participate in a pilot project to replace lead service lines to certain child care facilities in Cuyahoga County and to use the loan for reimbursement of the city's cost to replace the lead service lines. Ordinance 897-2020 by Councilmember Kelly by departmental request, an emergency ordinance to repeal section 381.06 of the codified ordinances, to supplement the codified ordinances by enacting new section 381.06 relating to fire protection systems, and to authorize the Director of Public Safety to enter into one more contracts with IRAL operations for professional electronic data manager services and other professional services related to implementing this ordinance. Ordinance 898-2020 by Council Members Cleveland and Kelly by departmental request, an emergency ordinance authorizing Director of Port Control to enter into one or more requirement contracts without competitive bidding with ADB SafeGate Americas LLC for the purchase of equipment, parts, labor, and required services needed to maintain operational compliance of the airfield lighting control systems, including replacement parts and software for the Division of Airports Department of Public Port Control. Ordinance 900-2020 by Council Members McCormack, Brancatelli, and Kelly by departmental request, an emergency ordinance authorizing Director of Economic Development to apply for and accept a HUD 108 loan or loans from the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development to partially finance the redevelopment of the Centennial Project at 925 Euclid Avenue, and authorizing Director to enter into one or more contracts with Millennia Housing Development or its designee to implement the project. Ordinance 901-2020 by Councilmember Kelly by departmental request, an emergency ordinance authorizing Director of Community Relations Board to enter into one or more contracts with the Bobby Tripodi Foundation, DBA Cornerstone of Hope, for the public purpose of providing monthly trauma support group and debriefing for City of Cleveland Community Relations Outreach Board, individual counseling for children, teens, and adults, and trauma therapy for a period of 1 year with an option to renew for an additional year. Ordinance 902-2020 by Council Members Bishop, Johnson, and Kelly by departmental request, an emergency ordinance authorizing Director of Public Works to lease certain space located at the Earl B. Turner Recreation Center to Jumpstart for the purpose of developing a community innovation learning center in connection with the Digital Learning Community Center initiative. Ordinance 903-2020 by Council Members Cleveland and Kelly by departmental request, an emergency ordinance authorizing Director of Port Control to lease to the International Women's Air and Space Museum certain space at Burke Lakefront Airport for a term of 5 years with a 5-year option to renew. Ordinance 904-2020 by Council Members Johnson, Brancatelli, and Kelly by departmental request, an emergency ordinance authorizing the Commissioner of Purchases and Supplies to purchase property for the improvement of the Ambler Holton Playground for the Department of Public Works. Ordinance 905-2020 by Council Members Johnson and Kelly by departmental request, an emergency ordinance authorizing Director of Public Works to execute 2 deeds of easement granting to the Northeast Ohio Regional Sewer District certain easement rights and property located in the village of Newburgh Heights, and declaring that the easement rights granted are not needed for the city's public use. Ordinance 906-2020 by Council Members Conwell, Brancatelli, and Kelly by departmental request, an emergency ordinance authorizing Director of Economic Development to enter into a tax increment financing agreement with Library Lofts LLC or UC City Center LLC or their designees to provide for the development of a new library, residential units, retail space, and new parking for the Circle Square Development Project at 10600 and 10605 Chester Avenue, and to provide for payments to the Cleveland Metropolitan School District, and to declare certain improvements to real property to be a public purpose. Ordinance 907-2020 by Council Members McCormack, Brancatelli, and Kelly by departmental request, an emergency ordinance authorizing Director of Economic Development to enter into a tax increment financing agreement with Millennia Housing Development and or its designee to support the redevelopment of the Centennial at 925 Euclid Avenue project, to provide for payments to Cleveland Metropolitan School District, and to declare certain improvements to real property to be a public purpose. Ordinance 894, 2020. No, I'm sorry. I went too far.
Really? That was quite a, got a lot of work to do before the end of the year. So is that all of the first reading for emergency ordinances?
Yes.
Okay, so now we move to first reading emergency ordinances to be passed.
Ordinance 894, 2020 by Councilmember Brancatelli, an emergency ordinance authorizing Director of Mayor's Office of Capital Projects to enter into an agreement with Western Reserve Land Conservancy for the NKA Brighton Park project through the use of Ward 12 casino revenue funds. Ordinance 899, 2020 by Councilmember Kelly, an emergency ordinance authorizing Cleveland City Council and other City of Cleveland public bodies to hold, conduct, and attend meetings and hearings by teleconference, video conference, or any other similar electronic technology for as long as the mayor's civil emergency proclamation continues in effect. Ordinance 908, 2020 by Councilmember Kelly by departmental request, an emergency ordinance to amend Section 7 of Ordinance 32315 relating to compensation for various classifications. Ordinance 909, 2020 by Councilmember Kelly by departmental request, an emergency ordinance approving the collective bargaining agreement with the International Union of Operating Engineers, Local 10, and to amend Section 11 of Ordinance 32315 as amended relating to compensation for various classifications.
Read the motion to suspend the rules.
By Councilmember Slight, that the rules be suspended and the legislation just read be placed on final passage, seconded by Councilmember McCormack.
Please call the roll.
Kelly, Bishop, Brancatelli, Cleveland, Conwell, Griffin, Hairston, Johnson, Bashir Jones, Joe Jones, Casey, McCormack, Mooney, Polensek, Santana, Slight, Spencer. 14 yeas.
Please call the roll on passage.
Kelly, Bishop, Brancatelli, Cleveland, Conwell, Griffin, Hairston, Johnson, Bashir Jones, Joe Jones, Casey, McCormack, Mooney, Polensek, Santana, Slight, Spencer. 14 yeas, Mr. President.
Thank you. First reading emergency resolution referred for administrative and committee review.
Resolution 910, 2020 by Council Members McCormack, Cleveland, Bashir Jones, Brancatelli, and Kelly by departmental request. An emergency resolution appointing an assessment equalization board to hear objections to estimated assessments with respect to the continuation and expansion of the Downtown Cleveland Improvement District and the Comprehensive Services Plan for District and declaring an emergency.
First reading emergency resolutions to be adopted.
Resolution 892, 2020 by Councilmember McCormack. An emergency resolution approving the recommendation of the Operations Committee of the hiring of certain employees by Cleveland City Council. Resolution 893, 2020 by Councilmember Kelly. An emergency resolution fixing the date of the next regular meeting of council. Resolution 911, 2020 by Council Members Spencer, Brancatelli, and Kelly by departmental request. An emergency resolution appointing an assessment equalization board to hear objections to the estimated assessments with respect to the continuation and expansion of the Gordon Square Arts District, Cleveland Improvement District, and the new plan for public services for the district and declaring an emergency.
Read the motion to suspend the rules.
By Councilmember Slight, that the rules be suspended and the legislation just read be placed on final passage, seconded by Councilmember McCormack.
Call the roll.
Kelly, Bishop, Brancatelli, Cleveland, Conwell, Griffin, Hairston, Johnson, Bashir Jones, Joe Jones, Casey, McCormack, Mooney, Polensek, Santana, Slight, Spencer. 14 yeas.
Thank you. Before you call the roll on adoption, pursuant to Rule 19, I'm going to not vote on ordinance number 89220. Please call the roll on adoption.
Kelly, Bishop, Brancatelli, Cleveland, Conwell, Griffin, Hairston, Johnson, Bashir Jones, Joe Jones, Casey, McCormack, Mooney, Palencic, Santana, Slide, Spencer. Okay, 13 yeas.
One recusal.
One recusal.
Second reading emergency ordinances to be passed.
Ordinance 523-2020 as amended by council members McCormack, Brancatelli, Zone, and Bashir Jones by departmental request. An emergency ordinance to amend sections 13106, duties of special events manager of the codified ordinances of Cleveland, Ohio, as amended by ordinance 151611, and section 13107, special events permits, as amended by ordinance 16418, to eliminate the administrative requirement to hire police officers for block parties and small neighborhood-based community events. Ordinance 648-2020 by council members Casey and Kelly by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing Director of Public Utilities to exercise the first option to renew a contract with Ernst & Young to manage and administer the Oracle customer care and billing system. Ordinance 661-2020 by council members Casey and Kelly by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing the purchase by one or more requirement contracts of labor and materials needed to clean high voltage insulators, bushings, lighting arrestors, transformers, and associated equipment at the various locations for the Division of Cleveland Public Power. Ordinance 663-2020 by council members Casey and Kelly by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing the purchase by one or more requirement contracts of labor and materials necessary to maintain, test, inspect, repair, enhance, or replace HVAC systems and components, including but not limited to boilers, ventilation, and air conditioning systems, environmental controls, associated software and components, including rentals and installation for the divisions of water pollution control, Cleveland Public Power, and Office of Radio Communications. Ordinance 665-2020 by council members Casey and Kelly by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing the purchase by one or more requirement contracts of labor and materials necessary to test, maintain, and repair equipment that provides backup electrical power, backup diesel drives for pumps, and backup generators supplied by off-road fossil fuel and for the various divisions of the Department of Public Utilities. Ordinance 666-2020 by council members Casey and Kelly by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing the purchase by one or more requirement contracts of labor, materials, and equipment necessary to perform tree trimming services for the Division of Cleveland Public Power. Ordinance 679-2020 by council members Casey and Kelly by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing Director of Public Utilities to exercise the first option to renew the joint registration agreement with the Medical Center Company as authorized by Ordinance 1467-18. Ordinance 732-2020 by council members Casey and Kelly by departmental request. An emergency ordinance determining the method of making the public improvement of rehabilitation of the Kirtland Crib and authorizing Director of Public Utilities to enter into one or more public improvement contracts for the making of the improvement. Ordinance 750-2020 by council members Casey and Kelly by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing Director of Public Utilities to enter into one or more contracts without competitive bidding with Hot Company for labor, materials, and services needed to calibrate, maintain, and repair laboratory and inline process equipment that is used to test drinking water manufactured by the Hot Company, including replacement equipment and parts for the Division of Water. Ordinance 754-2020 by council members Casey and Kelly by departmental request. An emergency ordinance determining the method of making the public improvement of renewing, repairing, and replacing various water mains in 2021 and 22, and authorizing Director of Public Utilities to enter into one or more public improvement contracts for the making of the improvement. Ordinance 783, 2020, by council members McCormack, Brancatelli, Johnson, and Kelly by departmental request. An emergency ordinance to amend sections 1, 2, 3, 6, and 7 of Ordinance 330, 2019, relating to granting to the Northeast Ohio Regional Sewer District certain easement rights and property at Clark Field needed for the sewer district's West 3rd Quigley Westerly Miscellaneous CSO Control Project. Ordinance 784, 2020, by council members Johnson and Kelly by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing Director of Public Works to enter into an amendment to the waste collection Packer vehicle rental agreement with Rush Truck Leasing, DBA Rush Refuse Systems, to extend the term for an additional 4 months. Ordinance 792, 2020, by council members Casey and Kelly by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing Director of Public Utilities to enter into one or more contracts with Motorola Solutions for professional services necessary to provide the update to the microwave system proprietary equipment and for maintenance and service of the hardware and software for the Office of Radio Communications. Ordinance 794, 2020, by council members Cleveland and Kelly by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing Director of Port Control to employ one or more appraisers or one or more firms of appraisers to provide professional services necessary to appraise real and or personal property, rights of way and or easements, and other interests in real property on an as-needed basis. Ordinance 795, 2020, as amended, by council members McCormack, Cleveland, Brancatelli, and Kelly by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing Director of Port Control to employ one or more professional consultants to maintain, manage, secure, and promote city-owned properties at the North Coast Harbor, and to fulfill the common area maintenance agreement with the stakeholders of North Coast Harbor. Ordinance 810, 2020, by council members Casey and Kelly by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing Director of Public Utilities to enter into an amendment with CHN Housing Partners to provide services under a water crisis assistance program. Ordinance 811, 2020, by councilmember Kelly by departmental request. An emergency ordinance to amend the title in section 1 of Ordinance 387, 2019, relating to professional services to develop and provide programs and activities for youth and their families, and to authorize amendments to agreements currently entered into under that ordinance. Ordinance 812, 2020, by council members Johnson and Kelly by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing Director of Public Works to apply for and accept a grant from the Ohio Department of Education for the 2021 Summer Food Service Program, authorizing the purchase by requirement contract of breakfasts and lunches and of food products, beverages, condiments, and paper products to implement the grant for the Division of Recreation. Ordinance 820, 2020, by council members Casey and Kelly by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing Director of Public Utilities to enter into an agreement with the Northeast Ohio Regional Sewer District for the treatment and disposal of water plant sludge generated at the Morgan, Baldwin, and Nottingham water treatment plants for the Division of Water. Ordinance 821, 2020, by council members McCormack, Johnson, Brancatelli, and Kelly by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing Director of Public Works to enter into a license agreement with the Convention and Visitors Bureau of Greater Cleveland to use and occupy city-owned property and ongoing maintenance of a pedestrian wayfinding sign at the Lakefront Municipal Parking Lot. Ordinance 823-2020 by council members Griffin, Johnson, and Kelly by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing Director of Public Works to enter into a license agreement with the Italian American Brotherhood Club or its designee to design, build, install, and maintain a statue of Rocco Domenico Rocky Colavito Jr. on city-owned property in Tony Brush Park for an initial term of 3 years and automatically renewing year to year unless terminated by either party. Ordinance 825-2020 by council members Johnson and Kelly by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing directors of public works and finance to employ one or more temporary employment agencies to provide professional services to supply temporary and seasonal personnel for the Department of Public Works and the Project Clean program and for various other departments of the city. Ordinance 840-2020 by council member Kelly by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing Director of Finance on behalf of Cleveland Muni Court to apply for and accept a grant from U.S. Department of Justice, Office of Justice Programs, Bureau of Justice Assistance for the Recovery Project 4 to expand access to evidence-based supervision and treatment services for defendants of the 4 specialized dockets, and authorizing director to enter into one or more contracts with various agencies, entities, or individuals to implement the grant. Ordinance 841-2020 by Councilmember Kelly, an emergency ordinance authorizing the clerk of council to enter into agreement with the Batchelder Company for professional strategic government affairs consulting services for Cleveland City Council. Ordinance 842-2020 by Councilmember Kelly by departmental request, an emergency ordinance authorizing the council president to enter into an agreement with Cobalt Group to provide professional and project management services for the clerk of council. Ordinance 843-2020 as amended by Mayor Jackson and council members Griffin, McCormack, Bashir Jones, and Santana by departmental request. An emergency ordinance to create the Division of Health Equity and Social Justice within the Department of Public Health to supplement the codified ordinances by enacting new sections 141, 24, and 25, and to amend sections 37 and 41 of Ordinance 323-15 relating to compensation for various classifications. Ordinance 845-2020 by council members Cleveland and Kelly by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing Director of Port Control to exercise the first option to renew a contract with Siemens Industries to maintain, repair, and expand the existing Apogee Building automation system for the Department of Port Control. Ordinance 846-2020 by council members Cleveland and Kelly by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing Director of Port Control to enter into an amendment with Peregrine Advisors to extend the term of the contract up to 1 year and to provide additional financial consulting services. Ordinance 847-2020 by council members Brancatelli and Kelly by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing the Director of Economic Development to enter into a grant agreement with Cleveland 2030 District or its designee to provide economic development assistance to partially finance administration of the Cleveland 2030 District program. Ordinance 848-2020 by Councilmember Kelly by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing Director of Finance on behalf of Cleveland Muni Court to enter into one or more contracts with Court Community Service for professional services necessary to place criminal defendants in community service and for placement in the Cleveland Work Group program, both as referred by the court for the Cleveland Municipal Court, each for a period of 1 year with a 1-year option to renew, exercisable by the Director of Finance. Ordinance 849-2020 by Councilmember Kelly, an emergency ordinance authorizing the clerk of council to enter into agreement with Meta Marketing for the professional services necessary to assist Cleveland City Council with communications and government relations. Ordinance 850-2020 by Councilmember Kelly, an emergency ordinance authorizing clerk of council to enter into agreement with On Technologies partner for the professional services necessary to advise and assist in the maintenance and performance of computer technology projects and to provide specific computer technology services for Cleveland City Council. Ordinance 851-2020 by Councilmember Kelly by departmental request, an emergency ordinance authorizing the Director of Finance to employ one or more professional consultants to provide workers' compensation and actuarial services for a period of 1 year with 2 one-year options to renew, exercisable by the Director of Finance. Ordinance 852-2020 by Councilmember Kelly, an emergency ordinance authorizing the Clerk of Council to enter into agreement with the project group for professional assistance in investigating utility-related matters pertaining to the divisions of Cleveland Public Power, Water, and Water Pollution Control for Cleveland City Council. Ordinance 854-2020 by Council Members Johnson and Kelly by departmental request, an emergency ordinance authorizing the purchase by one or more requirement contracts of recycled or virgin asphalt concrete for the Division of Streets, Department of Public Works for a term of 1 or 2 years. Ordinance 855-2020 by Council Members Johnson and Kelly by departmental request, an emergency ordinance authorizing the purchase by one or more contracts of property insurance for the First Energy Stadium for years 2021 and 22 for the Department of Public Works for a period up to 2 years.
Read the motion to suspend the rules.
By Councilmember Slight, that the rules be suspended and the legislation just read be placed on final passage, seconded by Councilmember McCormack.
Please call the roll.
Kelly, Bishop, Brancatelli, Cleveland, Conwell, Griffin, Hairston, Johnson, Bashir Jones, Joe Jones, Casey, McCormack, Mooney, Palencic, Santana, Slight, Spencer. 15 yeas.
Please call the roll on passage.
Kelly, Bishop, Brancatelli, Cleveland, Conwell, Griffin, Hairston, Johnson, Bashir Jones, Joe Jones, Casey, McCormack, Mooney, Palencic, Santana, Slight, Spencer. On 8/43/2020, 14 yeas, 1 nay. On all others, 15 yeas, no nays.
Thank you. Was that, I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. Was that on passage or was that the roll?
That was on passage.
On passage. Second reading emergency resolutions to be adopted.
Resolution 691-2020 by Council Members Bashir Jones, Johnson, and Anthony Brancatelli by departmental request. An emergency resolution declaring the intent to vacate a portion of East 66th Place extending from Lexington Avenue to Quimby Avenue.
Read the motion to suspend the rules.
By Councilmember Slight, that the rules be suspended and the legislation just read be placed on final passage, seconded by Councilmember McCormack.
Please call the roll.
Kelly, Bishop, Brancatelli, Cleveland, Conwell, Griffin, Hairston, Johnson, Bashir Jones, Joe Jones, Casey, McCormack, Mooney, Palencic, Santana, Slight, Spencer. 15 yeas.
Please call the roll on adoption.
Kelly, Bishop, Brancatelli, Cleveland, Conwell, Griffin, Hairston, Johnson, Bashir Jones, Joe Jones, Casey, McCormack, Mooney, Palencic, Santana, Slight, Spencer. 15 yeas.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We got a lot of work to do before the end of the year. This is a lot of legislation, but this concludes our legislative portion of the meeting. At this point, there's a lot to digest. I want to ask Councilwoman Spencer if she has any questions or any of the legislation to be commented on, if she had any thoughts on her first meeting.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Council President Kelly. I will be on a learning curve. I will study the legislation, looking forward to that. I did want to, one particular piece of legislation, ordinance number 882-2020, calls attention to itself for me. I need to do more research on that as it's a very big project in Ward 15, and I'd like to work closely with the administration to understand the rolling out of that project and the implications of the legislation. So I'll look forward to that and speaking with my colleagues as that legislation goes before their committees. Thank you.
Absolutely. And please feel free to, reach out to any one of us to help you with that. We've all been through those projects before, and you've got to keep on track, but we're here to help out. The administration will do the same. Again, I want to just extend a final welcome to you. There will be meetings are going to be about this length probably through the end of the year. Then it ramps down a little bit. So with that, if there's nothing else for the good of the order, Madam Clerk, will you please excuse the absences?
We don't have any absences to excuse, Mr. President.
Well, this council is adjourned to the call of the chair. The next regular meeting of council will be held on Wednesday, December 2nd, 2020. I want to ask everybody to please have a safe and happy Thanksgiving. As we move in the holiday season, I look forward to seeing everybody at our next council meeting, if not before. Thank you all so much.